and Lenin and Hitler and Mao. But I also studied the great other capitalists like, Ford and those guys. And they thought differently. So it's a matter of the way you think. And my concern is today, like I said, this is June of 2021, the crypto convention is on. And this friend of mine just went to the crypto convention. I said, what happened? And she's a body worker. She does massage therapy. She's really good and all this. But as she was massaging me, she always talked about crypto. She says, I'm making a fortune. I'm making a fortune. So I was glad for her. She charges like $150 for a massage, but she's making a fortune.
Don't be like Charlie. Charlie is that do-it-yourselfer who does himself in. Do-it-yourself is good for tile and grout. It is not good for asset protection. Charlie thought he'd save a few dollars forming his LLC online. With no guidance, he did it wrong. When he sold the property, he lost thousands and thousands of dollars. He did himself in by trying to do it himself. Don't burn yourself. Use Corporate Direct to set up and maintain your LLCs and corporations. Corporate Direct is owned and operated by attorney and rich dad advisor Garrett Sutton. Garrett wrote the bestsellers Loopholes of Real Estate and Start Your Own Corporation. He is Robert Kiyosaki's attorney for asset protection. He and his team will do it right. Visit them at corporatedirect.com or call 800-600-1760. Mention Rich Dad and receive $100 off your formation fee. That's corporatedirect.com. corporatedirect.com.
This is the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about money. Here's Robert Kiyosaki.
Hello. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about money. And we have, I don't know how to describe this, but it's, I just had Marin Katusa on. That was very spiritual for me, that a capitalist can have spiritual feelings for making money and putting deals together, especially Green New Deals. This one here is a spiritual because they're an educational company. And they're so lined up with Rich Dad, it's like we could just merge. And it's Dennis Prager of Prager University is one of my heroes. He and I are the same vintage. And what he's doing takes a lot of courage. The going against social media and all this stuff. They keep standing up to it. But nonetheless, what Prager University is putting out is crystal clear. It's great product, great educational, and we're joined at the hip again, Rich Dad and Prager University. And they're getting hammered, and we get hammered because we refuse to be censored. And so today we have the CEO of Prager University Foundation. Her name is Marisha Streit. And I think she's still in high school personally, but anyway, it's an honor to talk to you. And, please give my regards to Dennis Prager. You guys are doing a great job.
Well, thank you so much. And more than anything, thanks for that compliment. I'll take it, given that most of my employees are almost 20 years younger than me. So I'll take the compliment.
Yeah. Well, it's sincere. Anyway, tell us what's going on with Prager University. It's a little brief history of it. And why are you guys such troublemakers?
Yeah, well, we're troublemakers because, we believe in self-reliance and truth. And so that is really contradictory to what you're hearing in media and in schools these days. Critical thinking is out the door. I'll tell my background is I'm a former educator. I used to be a headmistress of a school. I have a master's in education. I've been working for PragerU for 10 years. So the brief history was that Dennis Prager, who has this amazing ability to explain things in a quick, concise, in such clear way. He and his partner, Alan Estrin, came to me about 10 years ago and said, we have penicillin for the mind. We need to figure out how do we use the internet to get this information out there. And so I said, okay, I'm going to give it a shot. And they hired me at that point. They called me a general without an army. I was about 10 years after serving in the Israeli military. And so it was a funny analogy that they used. And when they hired me, we were tasked with using the internet to get important ideas out there. Again, character development, self-reliance, and basically the basic truth. with capitalism versus socialism, American history. We're becoming a nation with amnesia. Most people don't even know what our country has gone through. And so we started developing this enterprise called PragerU, which is the opposite of most universities. We basically teach in many ways, what is not being taught in most schools. We're free of charge. Once upon a time, we were free of censorship, but no longer. 10 years into it, we just eclipsed 5 billion views. The majority of our audience is under the age of 34. We take these complex ideas, we simplify them, we make 5-minute videos, we make these different little shows, and we just get that information out there. And young people love it because they're realizing that they're being lied to, and they're realizing that the tools that they were supposed to be given in schools are not given to them. And so they're starving for this information. And that's what we do.
Well, let me ask this quick question. Are you guys a physical university or online?
No, we're completely online. So our entire existence is virtual. What's fun about that is that we don't believe in only pediatric learning. You don't need to learn things only when you're a child. You can learn your entire life and you never have to stop. And so we produce now content from kindergarten. We make little kids shows, everything about American history, patriotism, capitalism versus socialism, biographies. And our content goes all the way from 9 to 99. And so we have a virtual educational existence.
As a customer of yours, your material is brilliant. Your 5-minute videos are crystal clear. They're factual. They're not opinionated. And I think that's why you guys are getting into trouble. So would you mind quickly, if you want to, what are some of the challenges you've had from Silicon socialism?
Right. Yeah. Well, we're experiencing serious big tech censorship. We actually started noticing the big tech censorship in 2016 when on YouTube we would release videos and folks in their dorms were not able to see PragerU videos, and they would write in and say, what happened? I saw a video last night at my parents' house or when I was out, and suddenly I went into school and I'm looking for the video, is not up online. That was the first time we realized that there was big tech censorship, really before most people even spoke about it. And what we realized at that point in time, that what YouTube was doing when we uploaded the video, they would put the videos on restricted mode. My first reaction was that must be a mistake, because restricted mode was essentially videos that were pornographic or hate speech or incite violence, which were none of those. I mean, Dennis might be a little, extra attractive to some, but certainly not pornographic. And so we actually laughed about it in the beginning because we just thought it was one giant mistake. And then as we communicated with YouTube and kept asking what's going on, why are you censoring our videos? They would respond to us saying, no, this is not an algorithm. We're actually watching the videos and we are deeming them inappropriate for young people, and therefore they're restricted. That was how it all started. And people said we're exaggerating. It's not such a big deal. And of course, the goalpost kept moving and moving and moving. The censorship, the reign of what I call these oligarchs and big tech, has become so much more heavy-handed that now, if they simply don't, it's kind of like those parents that get to say, because I said so, they just get to take down whatever content they don't like and don't agree with. And as we've been diving more into why are certain videos censored, we've discovered that much of the people that are censoring our videos are folks that are straight out of college. They're 22 years old. They just went through all these diversity training or left-wing activist training. I mean, so many of America's colleges are basically left-wing indoctrination centers. They come out of there, they get these very influential positions in media, and then they get to basically censor whatever ideas they don't like, whatever hurts their feelings because they don't agree with it. And that's what's happening in America.
And the reason I'm surprised is because when I watch your videos, there's really nothing except the facts in there. I just don't understand how in the world we can be censored. So I give you guys a lot of credit. Well, last question is, how are you fighting back?
Well, first of all, we filed a lawsuit against YouTube, but the lawsuit has been effectively stuck in courts, whether it was because of the lockdown and COVID or because it's such a toxic conversation for people in the field. Everybody's afraid of Google for obvious reasons. And so we're still waiting on that. But I think there's a bigger fight to fight other than the court of law, and that is the court of public opinion. People need to be aware of the censorship. We're experiencing in America soft totalitarianism. People don't realize that our freedoms are being taken away from us. We're almost willingly giving away all of our freedoms because of the convenience of technology. And so we are very, very focused on informing people about what is going on. And I would say for anybody who's liberal listening to this, you may not agree with what we have to say, but the old American value is I may not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend your right to say so, because eventually it will be what you want to say and you will lose your voice as well. And America has been built on free speech. And if we lose free speech, we will lose America as we know it.
We've lost it. I hate to say it, we've lost it. And that's why I give you guys credit as a client, as a customer, as a consumer of PragerU University stuff. It's not that bad. I mean, I think it's wonderful stuff. And I was really surprised to hear how much trouble you have. Now, I've had my own problems but I do say things I really shouldn't say, but I do say them. But you guys are just educational. And that's what was really surprising to me. Quick question. What's happening with TikTok?
Well, TikTok, we're back on TikTok now, but we were what we call in big tech jail for a few days. They put us in and out of jail every once in a while. And we have.
What did you guys do? What could you do against TikTok?
Honestly, we don't even know. And they never even tell us what we've done. The recent episode that we've had with censorship was that JW Player, which is the company that hosts our website and our app, kicked us off. And again, they basically say, we just don't like your content. You violate our community guidelines. That's basically what we hear from everybody. So. And it's unbelievable.
Well, it's beyond my meager little brain, because I'm going, your stuff is good stuff. I mean, it is educational.
It's educational. And I'll tell you, we are very careful. Not only are we careful, it's not in our nature to attack anyone or hurt anyone. We just want to give the facts out. And so people can listen and make their own opinion. It's just the problem is the other side doesn't want the other side to be heard. They don't want conservative pro-American ideas to even be out there. And that's what they've done in the world of education. Yeah, remember, I came from that world. I was an educator. They don't want educators to teach both sides. They want educators to teach one side, a left-wing side. And so schools have become activism schools. They haven't become an educational platform, an educational space for kids to make up their own opinions. It's a problem.
I forgot his name. He gets attacked also, but he says it's no longer education, it's indoctrination. And when I look at the indoctrination, it is Marx, fascist, and communist. And that's my biggest concern is because, I have 2 tours in Vietnam, and I didn't fight for conservatism or liberalism. I fought for freedom. The freedom of, number one is the First Amendment, assembly, speech, and whatever else they had. And the second is the right to bear arms. Those are all disappearing. So you can be conservative or liberal. I don't care. You can be a Marx. I don't really care. But don't censor me. So how are you guys, what do you recommend for people? What can the people do to battle, socialist Silicon Valley?
Well, I think we need to come together because it's been death by 1,000 cuts. That's number one. We haven't been organized. And so a big part of what PragerU is trying to do is to just bring everybody together. Again, you don't have to agree with us on everything we have to say. You don't have to agree with every video that we have. But if you believe in freedom of speech, if you believe that another side, another perspective should be heard out there, then join us, join our movement. You can join our communities. If you're under the age of 34, you can join Prager Force. If you have kids or grandkids that are under the age of 34, these young folks are the ones that need the organizing more than anybody because they're truly, truly alone on campus. And so, or if they're just starting a job in corporate America, imagine how hard it is for them to hold these values. And so we've created this group called Prager Force. We have 15,000 students and working professionals in it. And we want that group to grow. And so encourage people that you know to go to PragerU.com and join Prager Force. If you're a parent, a grandparent, or an educator, we created another group that can organize together. That one is called PrEP, PragerU for Resources for Educators and Parents, where we not only produce content for kids and educators to show students, but we also organize parents so they can meet other like-minded folks and troubleshoot through what's going on. And so we just need to get organized. We need to come together. There are many of us who agree in classical liberalism, conservatism, all of us who don't want our kids to be taught critical race theory. We don't want corporate America to adapt all these, white fragility concepts that they're destroying businesses with. It's absurd. So come join us, so we're not doing it alone, and speak out. We can't be afraid. I know it's a new level of courage that our country is demanding right now. And so we might not be, grabbing our armor and running into battle, but there is a war of ideas, and it needs to be fought, or we will lose America as we know it.
And I agree with you 100%. And I'll come back. I want to talk to you about, apparently you served in Israeli intelligence, and you have some comments for other women and girls about how do you stay strong in this kind of nuts world. So when we come back, we'll be talking again to Marissa Streit at Prager University, but more importantly, how do we fight for our freedoms? So PragerU and Rich Dad are very similar because we're educational companies, but we're fighting for our freedoms. So thank you, Marissa and Prager University. Give my regards to Dennis, and we'll be right back.
For the last 10 years, Kraken has been one of the best platforms for trading crypto online. Now, with the new Kraken app, it's even easier to buy and sell over 60 of the most popular cryptocurrencies on the go, 24/7. Simply download the Kraken app, connect your bank account, and start investing as little as $10. Just a minute is all it takes to get started. It's super easy. With the new Kraken app, you'll have your portfolio in your pocket wherever you go. Monitor your investments, track winners and losers, keep tabs on your favorite projects, or view the most traded cryptocurrencies of the day. It's got all of the features you need with none of the complexity. It's a simpler way to invest in crypto. Visit kraken.com/richdad now to learn more, or search Kraken in the App Store. My wife and I were chatting the other day about the rising cost of living, homes, and education. We're very concerned about what that means for our 9-year-old daughter. What will life look like when she's ready to take on the world, not to mention if something were to happen to one or both of us? On that note, it makes sense why people get life insurance, especially term coverage, which is surprisingly affordable. Why not pay a little bit each month to protect the ones you love? If you're asking yourself this question, choose Ladder. Ladder makes it impressively fast and easy to get covered. You just need a few minutes and a phone or laptop to apply. Ladder's smart algorithms work in real time, so you'll find out instantly if you're approved. No hidden fees, you can cancel at any time. And since life insurance costs more as you age, now is the time to cross it off your list. So check out Ladder today to see if you're instantly approved. Go to ladderlife.com/richdad. That's LADDER life.com/richdad. ladderlife.com/richdad.
This is it. The putt to win the tournament. If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're still relying on spreadsheets and outdated finance software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budget, and more, NetSuite is everything you need to grow, all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time, while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increased their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 27,000 businesses already use NetSuite. And right now, through the end of the year, NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind financing program to those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/C-Suite. Head to netsuite.com/C-Suite for special end-of-year financing on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/C-Suite.
Welcome back. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. Our guest today is somebody we're joined, mentally, physically, and spiritually together. It's Prager University, because they're fighting for freedoms, the freedom of speech, the freedom to think what we want to think, and basically our freedoms. So PragerU is, spiritually and mentally united here. Our guest today is Marissa Streich. She's the CEO of Prager University. She is a member of Israeli intelligence, which I have tremendous respect for. I mean, I think Israel was formed in 1947, the year I was born. And in 1967 was the first war. Well, not the first war, but they kicked Egypt's butt. And I was so inspired. It was 1967. I was 20 years old. And because I saw the Israeli Air Force just cream, or the Egyptian Air Force, and I went to talk to my English teacher, and he was a bomber pilot in World War II, a B-17 pilot. He got shot down twice. And I had this high-paying job waiting for me. And I said, I kind of like what those Israelis are doing. He says, then go fly. And I gave up a very high-paying job to make $200 a month as a Marine pilot, and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. So I have tremendous respect for Israel. I've met your leaders there. They don't mince their words. They're pretty blunt, which I appreciated. I want to find out two things. One is, how did you get into Israeli intelligence, but also what message do you have for women? Because that's a whole nother subject. So first, what did you do for Israeli intelligence?
Okay, so I'm an American that was raised in Israel. When I was 7 years old, my family moved to Israel. When I was 16 years old, I got a little brown envelope in the mail. And it was basically, a summon for testing.
Right.
And so I still remember this so well. I walked into this massive room with lots of students and tiny little wooden pencils. And they just started testing us. And the room got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And eventually they figured out what the hell to do with me, I guess. After a few interviews, on my 18th birthday, they recruited me. I got a bunch of shots and I joined the military. And so I served in a small unit called 8200, which was an intelligence. And, Israel is constantly under attack. It can't afford to make big mistakes, and it makes many mistakes, but none of them are ones that Israel can afford to do. And so intelligence is key. It's very important. Limited resources in Israel. And, I feel like so much of what I learned in the Israeli military and intelligence has impacted the way I think today.
Right.
It's such a gift what they had given me. I'm incredibly grateful, especially as an American. I was raised in Israel, but because I came with an American family, I felt very strongly American there. And coming back here to the United States with the gifts that Israel had given me during my military training, I felt compelled to at least employ them here in my country, in my nation, in the United States.
So what's happening today? Because there's a lot of conflict in Israel. This is in May of 2021, just for reference. What's happening today?
Right. Well, about a week or so ago, violence erupted with of course, Hamas encouraging its citizens to fulfill their mission to try to annihilate Israel. They don't want Israel to exist whatsoever. I mean, they chant it all the time, from the ocean to the sea, Palestine will be free. And so they don't want any Israel whatsoever. They're not even attempting to hide it. And so they found a reason to ignite violence, and missiles have been launched into Israeli cities. And, Israel, not only does Israel, in my opinion, have the right to defend itself, Israel has the obligation to defend its citizens. And so when Israel defends its citizens, and thankfully Israel has this incredible technology, the Iron Dome, where they're able to actually stop the rockets from landing into the Israeli cities mid-air. It's such a blessing to have that kind of technology. But some of the rockets do fall in. And then on top of it, many of the Palestinians and the terrorists involved in this recent eruption are running into Israel, into the cities, and causing all kinds of additional violent attacks, whether it's stabbing or driving with their cars through Israeli neighborhoods and restaurants, and so it's very hard. I mean, I remember living there during multiple intifadas, which is what we call those violent periods of times where the Palestinians would go in. It's very hard. It's not a conventional war. It's a war against citizens. Luckily for Israel, it has some ability to defend its citizens through technology, but it's the classic example of the fact that people in social media and around the world who don't understand the conflict look at it as if, well, Israel's able to defend itself and it's made more progress and it appears stronger, and therefore if they appear stronger, they must be the ones who are actually the bad guys. The bad guys are not always the ones who are more successful and stronger. That is oftentimes not the case, but it's just the way we've taught our kids. Well, I mean, it's classic Marxism, right? And it's just because Israel is strong and able to defend itself doesn't mean that they're the aggressor.
I understand.
Yeah.
I had, after the 67 war, I had a really, really good friend. His name was Saleh Malahi. He was an Arab. And he and I almost cried, because it's not about the people. We're killing people, people killing people. And it's just tragic. You'll be on one side or the other. So I'm not against the Arab people, but it's just tragic what we're doing.
I mean, neither am I. I have many Palestinian friends and many Arab friends who hate the situation. The problem for Palestinian citizens is truly their leadership uses its own people as cannon fodder. They truly use them as human shields. Right. And so while Israelis will do everything they can to protect its citizens, the Palestinians don't do the same thing. They actually use their citizens as they want the casualties because it makes Israel look really bad.
It's good
publicity.
publicity.
And that makes it very hard.
Yeah. I've been to Israel twice, and it's such a beautiful country. It's a historic country. I was in Jerusalem. I'm looking at what happened there. I've been to the Dome, and it's tragic, because it's just, I don't know why it's happening. So let's go on to this thing about you have advice for women. What is your point of view on women? Final thing, what about the term girl boss?
Girl boss. Yeah, there's this hashtag that's very popular with millennials and Gen Zers, hashtag girl boss. I remember seeing that for the first time when somebody actually interviewed me and said, well, what is it like to be a female CEO and hashtag girl boss? And I actually got very irritated because I said, I'm just, my hashtag is simply, I guess, boss, because the balance sheet, the roll call of the folks that work for us, we have 70 employees. No, it doesn't matter what my genitalia is. All that matters is that I'm able to do the job that I've been hired to do. And so, I'll say, I think the feminist movement has gone so far that they've actually not only hurt women, but they've hurt our society, and they've hurt young women in particular. And to me, some of the crutches that our society is trying to develop, where they're saying, well, there should be a quota of a number of women on a certain board, or a quota of number of women in different positions, I think is very demeaning. I think that women are incredibly capable, and we don't need the crutches. And I think that once you start with a narrative that if you're hiring a woman, you should treat her differently by giving her additional crutches and additional support systems that you wouldn't be giving to other people. Well, what does that say to women about their capabilities? It says that they are in fact inferior. And I don't believe that women are inferior. I mean, here I am. As I mentioned, Dennis and Alan hired me 10 years ago to build this company. And I'm really proud of what I've done. And I'm able to be proud of it because I know they didn't hire me because I'm a woman. Maybe they hired me because of my Israeli military background. Maybe they hired me because of my passion. Maybe they hired me because, I'm just tough as nails, whatever it is. But it's not because of my genitalia. And there's something to be said about knowing that I was hired because of my merit and my capabilities, and not because I was handed a crutch. And I want other women to feel that way too. And so if we tell women and we tell our society that women should be given crutches, that people of any sort of gender or color should be given certain crutches that others don't get, we're sending a very strong message that there are some who are more capable than others. And I won't accept that.
Good for you. I mean, I wish my wife Kim was here because she'd be cheering you on right now, because You don't mess with Kim.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll let you in on a secret, which I think you're quite aware of, but women like real men. We don't like soy boys. And so, the problem is that our society is confusing everybody. You're confusing. Dating right now is a bloody nightmare because the men don't know how to behave. The women don't know how to behave. There is the nature that we are completely suppressing, the nature of how men and women are supposed to interact. And I think there's something so amazing about the fact that we're different, but we're trying to make them both exactly the same. And you know what? I'm married with 3 kids, but my husband paid on the first and second date. And I love that about him. And he opened the door for me. And I love that about him. And there's certain things that I do as a woman and he loves that about me. And so there's an understanding that there's some basic differences between the sexes. And when you're, all this toxic masculinity nonsense, I was like, we need real men. We need real men to be law enforcement officers. We need them to be in the military, and we need them to just be good husbands that protect their families and don't see themselves as, effeminate creatures. And so, it's another one of those bizarre things that our education system is causing total chaos in our society. And I know we're both in the world of education because we recognize that education got us into this mess, and education is going to have to get us out of this mess.
Amen, amen, amen. Marissa, thank you very, very much. Like I said, Rich Dad and Prager University are different companies, but we're joined by the same mission. We're both educational companies. And how can people support you? I mean, can we send money to you and things like that?
So first of all, thanks for asking. We're a nonprofit, and so everything we're doing is all made thanks to donations from people who listen in and love our content and pay it forward. So you could go to prageru.com, click on the donate button, and do what you can to help us out. We have donor clubs at different levels, but if you can even give on our Prager United once a month, make a difference, skip a coffee, and make that contribution to Prager, that would be really helpful. And I'll just end with one quick plug. My son, who's 8 years old, loves your book. And so I gave him your book, and we're playing the game. And it's never too early to start with financial literacy, even at 8.
Well, really what Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a primer on capitalism, and it's basically income statement and balance sheet and statement of cash flow, which is capitalism. So you guys keep up the great work. Your content is so simple yet brilliant. I mean, that's what I love about it. It's just straight shooting. So really, thank you. Keep up the good work. You'll have my donations coming into you on a regular basis. But I thank you for being partners in the battle against soy boys and ball-busting women. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about money. But this is a very important call. I want to thank Marissa Straight, because this is about education. And Dennis Prager's Prager University and Rich Dad, we're on the same side, the same team and all this. And I really appreciate what she said. That's guts. So I'm very grateful for Marissa being a tough woman. If she was in Israeli defense, she had to be really tough because those guys are tough. So, Sarah, as a woman, what did you think about soy boys and weak, strong women?
Well, first I have to say Marissa's what I would describe as a badass woman.
Yeah.
Someone I don't want to mess with. But I think from a woman's perspective, we don't have a lot of women speaking out about some of these major topics that are in the media. Yeah. We've learned from Rollo Tomasi. We hear from men a lot. Yeah. But we don't hear from women. So it's kind of refreshing. And I know Kim would agree if she were here. Like you said, she would have totally been on Marissa's side and cheering her on because that's, Kim is a self-made woman. She's not, her whole philosophy is you don't need a man for financial security. But we see, like Marissa said, there's a place for a man in the home. There's a place for a man raising his kid, as a human or family unit. So it's very cool perspective. Second thing I want to say is we are so aligned with Prager's, what their mission is, and really it's fighting for freedom, and that's what we've kind of taken on this last year is what that freedom looks like. Yeah.
So you can be a soy boy and a ball-busting woman, or you can be whatever you want, but don't take our freedoms away.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
And that's why I have tremendous respect for Dennis Prager and Prager University. But you can always tell the quality of a person and their company by the product they produce. So please go to Prager University, look at their content. It is brilliant. It's simple. I think the little short 5-minute videos, every time I've seen them, it opens my mind up to what the mainstream socialist press will never tell us.
Right.
So that's what's beautiful about Prager University. So any final words for all the women out there, Sarah? I mean,
for all the women, let your men be men.
Don't be soy boys.
Don't be soy boys.
That's one of my favorite words right now, because more men are being raised by single mothers today, because men have been raised by single mothers, and then they go to school to be taught by women primarily. And there's nothing wrong with that, except that, you know, like some of my best teachers and my worst teachers were men. My worst teacher was a man, but so were my best teachers. Most of the women I couldn't get along with because, you know, I was not a very good student. But anyway, they did their best with me. Anyway.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just what they're fighting for, we're in this war of ideas. And so this is typically not our typical radio show. We're not talking about macroeconomics, but we are talking about freedoms and the ability to do and think how you please. And that's why I love this show, this episode.
We're fighting for education. And our current education is Marxist. I hate to say that. You know, Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a book on capitalism. And that's why the New York Times came after me and all this stuff. This is 25 years ago. And today we're all over the world. We're in Target, Walmart, Costco, all the bookstores. We're the top of all the bestseller lists, because all we're teaching is basic capitalism. So thank you very much. Thank you to Marissa and Prager University. And thank you all for listening to the Rich Dad Radio program.
This podcast is a part of the C-Suite Radio Network. For more top business podcasts, visit c-suiteradio.com.
Don't be like Charlie. Charlie is that do-it-yourselfer who does himself in. Do-it-yourself is good for tile and grout. It is not good for asset protection. Charlie thought he'd save a few dollars forming his LLC online. With no guidance, he did it wrong. When he sold the property, he lost thousands and thousands of dollars. He did himself in by trying to do it himself. Don't burn yourself. Use Corporate Direct to set up and maintain your LLCs and corporations. Corporate Direct is owned and operated by attorney and Rich Dad advisor Garrett Sutton. Garrett wrote the bestsellers Loopholes of Real Estate and Start Your Own Corporation. He is Robert Kiyosaki's attorney for asset protection. He and his team will do it right. Visit them at corporatedirect.com or call 800-600-1760. Mention Rich Dad and receive $100 off your formation fee. That's corporatedirect.com. corporatedirect.com.
This is the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about money. Here's Robert Kiyosaki.
Hello. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. And today we have a very, very important show. Like all our shows are important. But it comes from the point of view of being old guys versus young guys. And there's one thing, nobody likes to get old, but there's one thing good about getting old. You have more viewpoint to look at the world from. And I'm making a fortune in Bitcoin today, not because I have that much Bitcoin, but I speak for the younger generation. And I always warn that the baby boom generation's in serious trouble, because they drank the Kool-Aid. We were born during one of the biggest booms in world history. 1971, Nixon took us off the gold standard, and the economy boomed because they could print trillions of dollars that were fake. In 87, the stock market crashed, and Greenspan went in there with the PPT, the plunge protection team, and says, don't worry, we'll always protect stocks. But to do that, they had to print trillions of dollars to keep the stock market propped up so that baby boomers didn't lose everything. So here's baby boomers, the Leave It to Beaver and the Ozzie and Harriet crowd, for those of you old enough to remember that. And they drank the Kool-Aid, and now we have Social Security that's broke, Medicare that's broke, and the stock market set to crash. What else could go wrong? And we have, when in 1970, I think the debt to GDP was 30%. Today it's 140%. And people say, well, what's different from 1970 to today is we're broke. We're bankrupt. 30% debt to GDP to 140% debt to GDP. That's like you were making $100,000 in 1971, let's say, but you had $30,000 in expenses. Today you're making $100,000, but your expenses are $140,000 a year. And so the boomers are in serious, serious, serious trouble if they don't keep this bond market and stock market propped up. So with that said, a dear old friend, Doug Casey, he and I are the old guys. We've been saying the same old crap for the same number of years. We've traveled the world together, and we have the benefit of history. So Doug and I were just in Cancun, Mexico at the Nomad Capitalist Show. And what I found was interesting. I've done many of these Nomad Capitalist shows, or those types of shows where Americans are looking for a second passport, a second home, and a tax haven. But this time they were sold out. They're looking for the second passport, another country to live in, and a tax haven. And they're more attentive this year. And there were a lot more younger people. It was really interesting. A lot of Bitcoin millionaires and all this. So Doug Casey and I, the old guys, were there talking to the young guys about where we run to today and what we see. So Doug, welcome to the program. It's good seeing you again. Just a few days ago, we were in Cancun. It was an interesting conference, huh?
Yeah, it was, Robert, and it was an excellent excuse to basically get out of lockdown, go to a beach resort where most people weren't wearing masks, and it gave the appearance of freedom. I was very happy to be there, and it was interesting that so many people are looking to get a second crib someplace out of the U.S. because they can see a storm is brewing on the horizon here in the U.S. So I think it's smart. Of course, I've been living on and off in Argentina and Uruguay for years, so I'm already quite well prepared.
Right.
Although I'm speaking to you from Virginia right now at the moment.
That's what Doug and I were saying, is that you guys are looking to move. We already moved a long time ago. So, Doug, let me ask this question, because you and I have been saying the same thing, and unfortunately what we've been saying has come true. That's the saddest part of all.
Well, it's just starting to come true, actually. I mean, we're just entering the trailing edge of the hurricane. And as I like to say, it's going to be much worse and much longer lasting and much different than the unpleasantness of 1929 to 1946. And I hate to sound like I'm crying wolf, because right now everything's hung together with chewing gum and baling wire, helped along by trillions of dollars of new funny money being created. So far, it looks pretty good, but it's not going to look good, I think, in as little as 3 or 6 months.
So Doug, let's go back in time, because like I said, you and I, the old guys, we've been together for all these years. We've been, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. People keep saying, you don't know what you're talking about. But unfortunately, the sky is falling. Give us a little bit of your background. Where were you born? How did you come to this sky is falling mentality?
Well, I grew up on a normal middle-class existence in Chicago on the southwest side. Went to a 4-year military boarding school, which is somewhat unusual.
I did the same thing.
Yes, I know. And you went to the Coast Guard Academy, actually.
No, Merchant Marine Academy. I had nominations in Naval and Kings Point. I took Kings Point. Coast Guard, you have to be smart.
Well, good choice on your part, actually. I've said when I had a full hour in November of 1980, the day before the Reagan election, I was on the Phil Donahue show for a full hour by myself. And one of the two things that made the audience boo me was that I said that I considered my 4 years at university a misallocation of my time and my money, and that I wouldn't do it again. And of course, I was pretty far ahead of the curve, because then the college degree was, everybody wanted one. But today, I think most people recognize, even if they go to college, that it's an idiotic misallocation. In fact, it's not even it's not even a misallocation. It's a corrupting influence where try to fill your head full of phony baloney ideas. And later on, I became a trustee of the 10th oldest college in the country. And then I found out how bad it was. That was 20 years ago. All the professors, except for the sciences, were basically Marxists under the skin. But today it's much worse. And I actively encourage kids to put their thinking cap on and figure out, what can I do with this 4 years of time and let's say $100,000 of capital that I'm going to use to subsidize the enemy. Anyway, I made that mistake.
When did you see the future? I mean, that's, like I said, you and I have been saying the same thing for years. You know, my wake-up call came in Vietnam right 6 months after Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, and I went flying behind enemy lines looking for gold. And the little Vietnamese woman educated me on gold in no uncertain terms. Gold was spot price. It's spot. I said, what the hell is spot? You know, and that was kind of my wake-up call.
I thought for a minute you were going to tell me you were going for an adventure like that movie with George Clooney, Three Kings, or the one with Clint Eastwood, Kelly's Heroes, where you were going to steal the gold.
One of my favorite movies.
Well, no, I dodged that bullet in Vietnam, so to speak. I was, in retrospect, idiotically signed up for the Marine PLC program.
God, that's the best thing you could have done.
Well, I listen, if you're going to join a U.S. service, I think it really has to be the Marines.
I agree. I was draft exempt. And if I'm going to go to Vietnam, who am I going to go to war with? And I went to this big rally, and they had the Air Force, Coast Guard, Navy, Marine Corps, and Army. And the Coast Guard stood up there and says, we save people's lives. And the Marine recruiter stood up there and says, we kill people. Be clear on what you want.
And break things besides. No, it sounded like more fun. That was my first entrepreneurial venture, actually, that kept me out of the war, because I've always been a car guy. And in those days, in 1966 and 67, I spent my junior year abroad at the University of Freiburg in Switzerland, and always keeping my eye on exotic cars, Ferraris and Maseratis. And they were very cheap in Europe in those days, but very expensive in the US. Interesting arbitrage opportunity. Europeans, at that time, only 20 years recovered from World War II, didn't have much of a middle class. If you bought a Ferrari, you were a rich guy. Otherwise, you'd buy a Fiat. There was nothing in between. But Americans all wanted Ferraris, and a middle class society, you could buy a used Ferrari. So there was a huge arbitrage between the two continents. So I bought a car, I raced it at Montlhéry and Monza, was driving it up to Rotterdam to put on a boat, having doubled my money from $3,000 to $6,000, sight unseen, and got into a terrible auto accident. I was in a hospital for 6 weeks, broke my right leg in 17. Anyway, that's why I never went to Vietnam. And I'm glad I didn't, because you were lucky, but not everybody was.
Right. So, but when did the lights go on about, you know, like you and I have been singing the praises of gold and all this stuff for years and years and years. And, you know, you've lived in Argentina and Uruguay, and you've seen those countries come apart, haven't you?
Well, and they're still coming apart. Argentina in particular. Yeah. Uruguay is going through a relatively mellow period at the moment. In fact, there are many thousands of middle class and wealthier Argentines that are moving across the Plate River to Uruguay right now, because the government in Argentina is criminally insane, which it usually is, but it's really bad now.
Yeah.
So when did I first discover economics? Certainly wasn't taking classes in college. That was a waste of time. It was when I read Henry Hazlitt's book, Economics in One Lesson, which is only about 150 pages, but it's a work of genius. That was the first thing. Then I read Harry Brown's book, How to Profit from the Coming Devaluation, which he turned out just before the devaluation. And I started buying gold coins way back then. I have never sold one. And later on, since I was always interested in geology, it was the third thing I wanted to be when I was a kid. after a paleontologist, after an archaeologist, I wanted to be a geologist. So then I started getting interested in mining stocks, and that's more or less what I've been doing since then.
So for those who may not know, I mean, Doug Casey is a legend. I mean, he is a legend. So to run into him last week in Cancun and just have dinner with him again and just catch up. Like I said, we're the old guys, and we've seen this coming. I was in Argentina with my brother, and I introduced him to the Bird Boy because I was shooting dove out there. And the Bird Boy used to be a civil engineer. And he said, I said, what happened to you? He says, I had $1 million US in the bank in Argentina, Buenos Aires, and they nationalized it. My brother said, what's that? He said, they turned it into pesos.
Yeah, that's happened to so many middle-class Argentines that have been dropped into the lower classes because of exactly that, foolishly leaving their money in the national currency. Look, when I started playing polo, it was 30 years ago, there was a guy named Hap Sharp, and he first became famous in the 1960s for having developed a famous race car called the Chaparral with Jim Hall. Anyway, he was part of the club that I was, and he bought a ranch in Patagonia, 250,000 acres. And he paid, I don't know, back then, $100,000. They're still very cheap. You can still get 250,000 acres in Argentina for $100,000. But the guy who sold it to him took a note from him in Argentine pesos, and he got the ranch for free as they destroyed that particular peso. Then came the Austral, and then came they've had 5 currencies there.
And it's such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful country. It is a rich country with poor government. But anyway, let's get back to rich country and poor government. We're talking at the start of the show, so we've seen this, we have history on our side with our age. But you are living in Aspen and you moved to Virginia. Now, for most people, Aspen is utopia, it is a Marxist utopia because a lot of Marxists live there. But why did you move out of Aspen?
Well, I first came to the People's Republic of Aspen in 1979. And in those days, it was still the land of soft snow, hard drugs, and casual sex. and all those 3 things still exist. But it's changed character since then. All the houses are completely unaffordable. If you want a detached house in Aspen, I defy you to find anything for less than $5 million. The average price, probably close to $10 million. Many, many houses at the $20 or $30 million level. This is a small town. So, that doesn't appeal to me. More than that, it's people that are moving into town now, the billionaires, are driving the multimillionaires down valley who find it unaffordable. And in this little town of 8,000 people, there's an unbelievable 2,500 so-called employee housing units in Aspen. 8,000 people, 2,500 employee housing units. What are they? They're places that are subsidized or built by the government for so-called worker bees to live in. And of course, they all vote communist because they like having free housing. So it's pretty hopeless. You can't have an intelligent conversation with anybody in Aspen these days. They're all ultra-leftists. Well, as it is in the People's Republic of Boulder and a lot of these ritzy little towns. I picked a small town in Virginia on the water where I'll hang out part of the year. The rest of the time, I'll still be in Argentina and Uruguay.
Right. When Doug and I were just in Cancun, I pitched a deal to him that you, myself, and records, because we're the old guys, we've seen this thing coming for years, and we've warned people. The possibility, we haven't decided to do it yet, but do a quarterly update where you say, this is what you've seen, I'll say what I've seen, and Records talks about what he saw. We're going to have to take a break. We'll be right back. I mean, this is so interesting. Well, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
This is it. The putt to win the tournament. If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're still relying on spreadsheets and outdated finance software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budget, and more, NetSuite is everything you need to grow, all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increased their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 27,000 businesses already use NetSuite, and right now through the end of the year, NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind financing program to those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/C-Suite. Head to netsuite.com/C-Suite for special end-of-year financing on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/C-Suite.
Welcome back with Doug Casey, the international man, where we talk about what's going on in the world. And like I've been saying this whole time, the sad part about it is what we've been saying for years when we were young guys is coming true as old guys. So my question to you before we end, what do you see from here? Because you saw this years and years ago. We're on the doorstep now. What do you see in the next few years in America?
Well, it seemed to me that things would go over the edge with the manic bull market of 2000. Then I thought it was going to surely go over the edge with the real estate meltdown of 2008. I didn't give adequate credit to the government's ability to print up trillions of dollars and get away with it. And I didn't give adequate credit to their ability to take interest rates down to near zero. But I'm asking myself, what other feathers, what other arrows do they have in their quiver now that they've, printed up unbelievable amounts of money and taken interest rates to near zero? What can they do next? And I don't see what they can do next. Do you? I mean, never say never. Whatever they do will be stupid. But they're acting. The U.S. government is acting exactly the way the Argentine government has been acting for many years.
Right.
And the results are going to be the same. Greatly diminished standard of living with the average American, and probably a lot of violence in the streets. Because, look, a lot of people are under real financial pressure. For instance, one of the most disturbing things is the fact that there are still several million Americans living in apartments that are in forbearance, where their rent, I understand, is being accumulated, and they're not having to pay rent. And there are a couple million mortgage holders or mortgagees that aren't having to pay on their mortgage. So what happens when these people have to start paying again and catch up on what they've missed over the last 18 months? It doesn't look good to me.
It doesn't either. I mean, so you have a crystal ball yet?
Well, all I can tell you is what I'm doing. And as I look at the markets, the stock market is in a hyper bubble. It's crazier than it was in 2000 and around there, because now much more of the public is involved in it. So it's going to revert to the mean. I don't want to be in the stock market. The bond market is in a hyper bubble. If interest rates just go back to historic average levels, the bond market will fall in half. That's a disaster because most pension funds are mainly invested in bonds. And of course, real estate floats on a bubble of borrowed money. And when interest rates go back, well, the mortgage I just took out, large mortgage, 2.5%, 30-year fixed. So mortgages go back up to the 6% area, which is kind of like a normal thing over the last 50 years. It can smash the real estate market. Plus, of course, local governments are in a lot of trouble. They'll raise real estate taxes. That's where the rich people are. I mean, what do you think, Robert? I mean, you've made so much money in the real estate market. Am I missing something?
No, I agree 100% with you. I think the biggest, fattest cow is real estate taxes.
And you can't avoid paying them, because if you don't pay them,
they take your house.
You'll find out who really owns your house.
Yeah, and that's you and I think you must be intelligent because we think the same way. I think they're setting it up so all these people come into real estate, then they'll raise the taxes, then you got them. They won't run.
Yeah.
Real estate prices will crash, and being a real estate guy, that's the worst I can see coming.
Well, real estate has been very, very good to me. And I lived in 10 different countries around the world and owned real estate in 2/3 of them. So No, real estate's been very, very good to me, but there's a time to buy and a time to sell, and something's very interesting. A lot of people don't think about this. When I wrote my crisis investing for the '90s book, there was still a lot of worry about world population going to 10 and then 15 million and 20 million, and what are we going to do with all these people? The globe is going to be covered with them. But there's something new developing, and that is a falling world population. All over the world, the population is falling, with the exception of sub-Saharan Africa. To give you an idea, by the end of the century, there are reasonable projections that the population of China will have fallen from 1.4 billion back to an incredible 600 million. In other words, what it was before Mao came on. So what's going to happen to all those buildings and all that infrastructure that was built for 1 billion extra people? What's going to happen? Same thing is going to happen in the U.S. Of course, unless the U.S. is overwhelmed by migration, which is likely to happen, incidentally.
Well, what's going to happen to all the shopping centers that Amazon just wiped out, Hey, a quick question. When you think of Russia and China, give me 10 words each. What do you see with Russia and China?
Well, Russia is not a threat. It's got a serious demographic population decline, in addition to the fact that everybody's drunk. I would say Russia can best be described as a gasoline station with an attached gun store in the middle of a wheat field. So Russia is a non-threat, and it's crazy provoking them. China is a different story. In the long run, I suspect that China is going to break up into at least a half a dozen different countries.
Wow.
That's my guess. I mean, look, what happened in the Soviet Union, breaking up into 15 republics, many of those republics themselves should break up ethnically. Yugoslavia broke up into 6. Czechoslovakia broke into 2. There are secession movements active in Spain especially, but Scotland is going to split off from Britain with a little bit of luck. This is a worldwide trend, I think, and it's going to happen in China too. I mean, the Chinese don't just speak Mandarin. They speak, oh goodness, how many major languages do they speak besides Mandarin? They have different cultures. There's antagonisms towards Beijing. No, I think China could break up, but that's in the long run. In the short run, the next 20 years belong to China. They really do.
I agree. I was in Cameroon and Zimbabwe, and I saw whole Chinese camps out there of workers.
Yeah, it's happening all over. It's happening all over Africa.
Yeah.
But so the Africans have got to worry about their homeland being taken over by
Chinese.
Actually hundreds of millions of Chinese. That's actually possible. That's the bad news for the Africans. But the good news is that hundreds of millions of Africans are going to move to Europe. That's bad news for the Europeans. So there's going to be a lot of demographic chaos in the world, I think.
I agree. Did you happen to stay when we were in Cancun listening to the president of the Soviet country of Georgia speak?
Shashkabili, yes.
Yeah. He was impressive.
He was impressive. He wasn't a libertarian, but he's about as close as you could come to a real free market guy in Europe. So, yeah, I was very positively impressed by him.
Yeah, just for those who, I hate to talk about things you weren't there at, but he took the Soviet Republic of Georgia from like 127th in the world to number 8 in the world. And so his opening statement was, what did you do to do that? He says, first thing, he had to get rid of corruption. That was step 1. And number 1 spot for corruption was the police force. And I thought that was really, and he says that was the most dangerous. The second most dangerous was customs. Then they had to lower taxes and increase the speed of government services. Well,
and it's indicative of just sorry state of human nature, is that Saakashvili made huge improvements in the country. And then what happens? He's kicked out of office.
Yep.
Pretty much the same thing has happened in Chile.
Yep.
I mean, Chile, when Allende took over. I mean, he was an avowed and strident Marxist. Then he was assisted in shedding this mortal coil by Pinochet in, 1973. And subsequently, for the next 30 years, Chile boomed. I mean, it was a backward little mining province. It was a nothing, nowhere place. Now, Chile is the most advanced country by far in Latin America. So what do the Chileans do? They elect a communist in the last election. I mean, this is the way it always works. I don't know where you run and hide at this moment, Robert, because the problem is that the U.S. is slipping away right beneath our feet. I call it the U.S. because it used to be America, and America was a totally unique and excellent place. But now America is just an idea, and we're devolving into just another socialist state like 200 others in the world. It's a real pity. When America's gone, where do we go?
That's why we're all at Cancun, because a lot of people are starting to run. So in the name of capitalism, I want to make sure Doug has a free moment to plug his latest books and his site and how you stay in touch with him. So Doug, what's your latest piece of work and how do people stay in touch with you?
Well, my third novel in a series is called Assassin, which talks about why some people should get their just desserts, actually. So read Assassin. Secondly, I have a blog called The International Man, internationalman.com. Pretty interesting, I think.
Yep.
And third, I have a program which is kind of competitive, but not really, with what you're doing, Robert, and that's called Doug Casey's Take.
That's good. Anyway, Doug, I always thank you for all the years of our friendship and your tutelage, and the sad part is what we've been saying is coming true. So anyway, thank you very much, and let's keep up the pressure keep up the educational process. So thank you, Mr. Doug.
I look forward to talking to you again, Robert.
All right, thank you. And we'll be back. We'll be with a final wrap-up for the Rich Dad Radio Show. Thank you, Doug, once again. Welcome back. This is Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show. And I thank Doug Casey. He and I just came back from Cancun, Mexico, for the Nomad Capitalist Show. For those of you who are thinking about running and gunning, it was an international show. People came from all over the world. But predominantly, it was Americans, and most were young. I thought that was really, really interesting. Like I said, Doug and I have known each other for years, and we go to these shows, and we're the old guys. And this time, we're the young guys. Now we're the old guys. But unfortunately, everything we've been saying for all these years is coming true. And so that's why some of the young people were at the Nomad Capitalist Show. There's a lot of places you can run to and hide, second passports and tax havens and all that. But it's a complicated process. So that's why I don't recommend things necessarily, but if you really want to start to run anywhere in the world, they covered it pretty extensively. And so it's called the Nomad Capitalist, and it's important to know where you can run to. So, Sarah, what did you think of the show today with Doug?
Well, Doug's always a wealth of knowledge, but I think a couple of things I took away the most, the realization that you guys were talking about, are young people are starting to catch on. And we're seeing that with Bitcoin, right? They're finally understanding that the dollar's worth zero. They want to avoid. So I think this is a cool trend to see with the younger generation, like with information at their fingertips and all of the years of old guys like you and Doug teaching these lessons, they're finally catching on. So I think that's cool. I think it was a great catch-up episode. But then the other thing was talking about the predictions of Russia and China. Like, I thought that was something I'd never heard before about. He predicts that China will break up into 10 or 15 countries. So it's pretty cool.
Just because of the languages, and then the thing about he's lived in, Argentina. And if you have a chance to go to Argentina, it was one of the most beautiful countries. Talk about Patagonia and all that. Of course, that's where a lot of the Germans ran to when they escaped Nazism. All the Nazis escaped there. So it's very European. It's very elegant. It's a rich country. Sadly, it's a communist government. And America's going the same way. I thought it was interesting to say about Aspen also, because it's like...
Yeah. Well, that kind of ties it together. So he had a quote. I watched one of his videos. He did an interview with Kitco, which you're on a lot. He said, your main risk today is political. It's political risk. Your financial risks, your economic risks are huge. Greater than that, though, is political risk. Even the people that have passports don't understand that it's the property of the U.S. government and it can be taken away from you for a lot of reasons. So I think he saw these trends happening in Argentina, and he's seeing them happen here.
Yeah. He's really an international man. He's traveled the world, and wealth of knowledge is fantastic. And he's also on the Donahue Show, which is on YouTube. And he hasn't changed what he's been saying. Sad thing is coming true.
Right.
So with that, I want to thank you all for listening to the Rich Dad Radio Show. And stay tuned. Thank you for listening to the Rich Dad Radio Show.
This podcast is a part of the C-Suite Radio Network. For more top business podcasts, visit c-suiteradio.com.
Don't be like Charlie. Charlie is that do-it-yourselfer who does himself in. Do-it-yourself is good for tile and grout. It is not good for asset protection. Charlie thought he'd save a few dollars forming his LLC online. With no guidance, he did it wrong. When he sold the property, he lost thousands and thousands of dollars. He did himself in by trying to do it himself. Don't burn yourself. Use Corporate Direct to set up and maintain your LLCs and corporations. Corporate Direct is owned and operated by attorney and rich dad advisor Garrett Sutton. Garrett wrote the bestsellers Loopholes of Real Estate and Start Your Own Corporation. He is Robert Kiyosaki's attorney for asset protection. He and his team will do it right. Visit them at corporatedirect.com or call 800-600-1760. Mention Rich Dad and receive $100 off your formation fee. That's corporatedirect.com. corporatedirect.com.
Because study is better with play. Samsung Galaxy Tab S7 FE. Ready to make the most of your school year? The ultra-large screen gets you closer to the action, whether you're studying, streaming, or gaming. Seamless syncing lets you hand off calls, videos, files, and more to other Galaxy devices, like your phone. The included S Pen gives you a super smooth experience. Plus, choose a vivid color that shows off your personal style. Samsung Galaxy Tab S7 FE. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about money. Here's Robert Kiyosaki.
Hello. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news. And today about Bitcoin. It's one of my favorite subjects. It's the hottest subject of all. And we have my go-to guy. As you know, Bitcoin is for young guys. And I don't know what's for old guys. Old guys are 401ks and they're screwed. The person I turn to when I need information is Anthony Pompliano. He's the headliner of the Pomp podcast. His website is anthonypompliano.com. So welcome to the show, Anthony, because you guys are the subject of the day.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me. I'm enjoying it. It's fun still, which is all that matters.
That's exciting. That's how you learn, you know. So, we were talking about it, and I did a podcast which pissed off a lot of the crypto guys that said, you crypto guys are just peeing in the ocean. You know what I mean? When you look at the size of how big money is, it's like the ocean, and your crypto guys are standing there peeing it. Now you're pissing everybody off, which is the thing, and crypto is the future. But in the meantime, you're just peeing in the ocean, and the ocean of money is massive. Macro is huge. And it's as fake as they come. So the reason I support Bitcoin is because it's real. And the reason I don't like stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and all that is it's fake. And the dollar is fake. But, I heard that the cryptos took a dive from 60,000 down to, and I'll just say, I'm just waiting to get to 27. And I'm going to back up the truck again. And they go, they don't know what to say. I said, well, why would you keep investing in it? I said, because you guys are the future. But in the meantime, you're just peeing in the ocean. I mean, it's 21 million Bitcoins trying to fill up an ocean.
What is it, 90 trillion or so, I think is kind of global money supply, somewhere in that range, 90 to 100 trillion, depending on how you count it. Bitcoin's, $1 trillion.
Yeah, it's impossible to count. Because what happened, now I'll give a quick history. This is the 50th anniversary of the fake dollar. So in 1971, Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard. And that's when I became a gold bug. I said, well, at least gold is more real than the dollar. The same as I've been in silver since '64. So when I saw Bitcoin come along, I didn't understand it, and by the time it hit 20,000, I was getting excited. But being an old guy, I always know it retraces. So I just waited for to retrace. It retraces 7. I think it go down to 3 or something. But by the time I awoke, it was at 7, and then I said, hit 9. I said, I better back up the truck now. So I backed up the truck at 9, and of course, all the old guys would say, what are you doing that for, man? What are you doing that for? Because why would you chase something on the way up? You want it to come back, retrace, and then go back into it. But the reason I want to talk to you is because it's what's going on, your bigger picture, and I'm very, very bullish on Bitcoin, the whole crypto world. But in the meantime, the problem, most people are going to get screwed. As you know, Anthony, all they want to do is get rich quick.
Of course.
They don't want to study this stuff. And that's why they'll be the biggest losers around.
Look, if you look at the recent price drawdown, like you just described, right? So in 2017, we went from $1,000 to $20,000. It took about a year to draw down to 3,200. That was the bottom of this past bear market.
Don't make me feel terrible.
And so from 3,200, basically between 2019, 2020, and into 2021, it then peaked again over 60,000, and then recently fell again to somewhere between 28,000 and 30,000 was kind of the most recent low. And I think to your point, people see this high degree of volatility and it scares the hell out of them. But one of the beauties of Bitcoin being this decentralized digital open system is that you can actually go look on the blockchain and you can see exactly who's buying and who's selling, right? It's an open, transparent ledger. And so when you go and you look at those on-chain metrics or on the blockchain, what you find is that entire drop from 60 down to 30, it was all new investors, new people in the market, right? And you can tell that by how long have they been holding on to the Bitcoin that they were selling. And so when you see that all the new people are selling, it asks yourself, well, who's buying it? It's all the people who've been around for a really long time, right? They're saying, hey, if you just got here and all of a sudden a little bit of volatility spooks you, I'll surely buy up your Bitcoin at a lower price. Right. And so what you have is you just have weak hands selling to strong hands, or kind of new people selling to old people. And so the people who've been around a long time, this is nothing new to them. They can't believe it crashed to $30,000. The fact Bitcoin crashes to 30,000 is music to their ears.
Well, that's why I'm a little upset, because it didn't hit my strike price at 27. I was just sitting there waiting. I said, come on, go lower. And all the guys who are hoping it goes higher are bailing out, I thought it was pretty funny, personally.
Of course.
It's called a market. Things go up and things come down. I mean, that's a market. Bulls and bears, right? That's all it is.
Yeah. And I think the other thing about Bitcoin that people should know is I always say that it's the last remaining truly free market, right? And so what I mean by that is you've done a great job over the years explaining to people kind of how manipulated the dollar is, how manipulated the stock market is, et cetera. But it's not just the macro manipulation, right? It's not just interest rates. It's not just quantitative easing. There's also things that are built into, say, the stock market, where if the stock market goes down 7-8% in a single day, they literally call timeout and say, hey, whoa, 15-minute circuit breaker. If it goes down again, 11-12%, hey, circuit breaker again. And then if it goes down 20% in a single day, they literally shut off the market and they all go home for the day. That happens all the time in Bitcoin.
I want everybody to listen to what Anthony is saying here, because this is a very big difference between the stock market, real estate market, and Bitcoin. Is when I was a kid, nobody was in the stock market. So between like 61 to 81, the old guys like me, the baby boomers, they wouldn't go in the stock market because they were in the bond market. The bonds were safer. So what they do, they create this thing called a 401k and the IRA to kind of force the baby boomers into the stock market. And who controls the stock market? Well, the central banks, the Treasury, and Wall Street. And so all these baby boomers have been set up. I know that because that's what I study. So as you know and I know, they're going to pull the rug out from under them. And there's going to be the biggest, baby boomers have been the luckiest generation in history. I mean, they didn't do jack and they got rich. They put money in the stock market, they got rich. Then what happened is 87, the stock market crashes. And what Anthony's talking about here is because Greenspan came in and says, we can't let the baby boomers get out because then we all get poor. So the idiot baby boomers stayed in and was called the Greenspan put, or the PPP, the plunge protection team. What Anthony is saying there, they prop the stock market up to keep the baby boomers in. And that's the difference between Bitcoin. There's nobody holding it up. Now, that's good or bad, but to me, it's good because you've got to be smarter. And all you losers out there who just want to get rich quick, you're going to get pounded. Stay in the stock market. Stay with that 401k. And then you get pounded when it all comes down. And they can't stop it.
Look, one of the most fascinating things to me is, take a Warren Buffett, which I think a lot of people, especially baby boomer generation and on down, really respect somebody like a Warren Buffett, right? He's built an immense amount of personal wealth. He's got these very charismatic kind of letters that he writes that people are really attracted to. When he does interviews, right? He's very likable as an individual, and also shares awesome, timeless financial advice. And so when people see somebody like him and they ask him, what do you think about Bitcoin? Everything from it's rat poison to it's like harvesting dead baby brains and what other kind of ridiculous thing he says. But actually what you find is if you can separate kind of his personal beliefs on Bitcoin from the timeless financial principles that he's preached now for decades, what you find is the people in Bitcoin who follow those same timeless principles, dollar cost averaging, long-term holding and not trying to day trade or sell, right? Trying to find something that has a macro tailwind or an industry type bet to it. All of those principles apply here. And actually the people who are doing the best are benefiting.
As Buffett says, buy low.
Buy low is really good advice.
Buy low and hang on forever. He says, when do you sell? He never sells. I own Bitcoin. I'm never selling. I own real estate. I never sell. I own businesses. I never sell, because if you sell, you have a tax consequence.
Of course.
Do you know what I mean? That's macro financial education. And so the people that got hammered are exactly as you said. They were the FOMO, fear of missing out. They jump in, thing goes up, and we get rich.
Yeah, and here's the crazy part, right, is that if you have short-term kind of thought process, if you're trying to optimize for quote unquote getting rich quick, if you aren't intelligent about risk management, all that stuff, then you become a panic seller when the price drops. And that's exactly what we just saw, right? Was people who were using leverage, they were trying to get rich quick, whatever. When price drops aggressively, they become the panic sellers. And the difference between this market and the traditional stock market is there's no circuit breakers. There is no hours of operations.
There's no PPP.
There's no Friday at 4 p.m. Everyone goes home and we'll come back to play the game on Monday, right? It's 24/7, 365. There's no plunge protection team, right? That's going to step in and buy, kind of the market. And so what you get is you get high degrees of volatility. But I always joke, the people who are yelling and screaming about the volatility, right? Usually the anti-Bitcoin crowd, they never seem to bring up the volatility on days like today when Bitcoin's up 16% in the last 24 hours.
That's bad news for me. That's bad news.
They only bring up volatility when the price goes down, right? But we have to remember, volatility works both ways. It works on the way up and it works on the way down. Volatility is only bad when it goes against you. So if you're short and the price goes up, that's bad news. If you're long and the price goes down, that's bad news. But I think that ultimately what we're seeing is that Bitcoiners, especially the ones who have really spent the time learning about this, they want the price to go down, right? So they can buy more of it.
Well, it's no difference like when I was living in Portland, the Arizona real estate market crashed. I got stimulated. I think, I got to move to Arizona. And people are moving out. And like, I would never back, I used to live in California, but the reason I never moved there again is taxes, because they tax worldwide income. If you are, let's say, a school teacher in California, it doesn't affect you. Mm-hmm. But if you're a global entrepreneur, California affects you. And that's why it's called macro financial education. And most guys are just peeing in the ocean, trying to figure out how to get rich quick.
Yeah.
So, I'm very, very optimistic about Bitcoin. Because of the blockchain technology, the lack of manipulation. But I think the most important is the same reason I own gold and silver. You can't mess with it. I don't own gold and silver ETFs. You know why? Because there's no gold or silver there.
Yep. Yeah, I think the big thing about what we're seeing in these markets is everyone always talks about there's some new technology, there's some new coin, there's some new thing that is more innovative, is faster, is cheaper, is whatever. And they want to have a technological argument. But what you just described is Bitcoin's core value proposition. It is decentralized. It's outside the system and nobody controls it. Nobody can create more of it. And that is the number one value proposition that I think people are seeking right now is they are watching central banks around the world print trillions of dollars. They're watching authoritarian regimes around the world become more and more overreaching, increase financial surveillance, and kind of just do bad things. And what they're looking for is they're looking for an asset that isn't even so much about, quote unquote, getting rich. It's actually about protecting the wealth that you already have. It's how do I prevent my wealth from being degraded away by central banks printing all that money, or from authoritarian regimes trying to actually confiscate it from me?
Correct.
And Bitcoin is the ultimate solution.
Correct. Well, I don't know if it's ultimate, but it's a solution. But I think the biggest thing that you say that I don't think goes right over the head of most people is, I both served in the military. I went to military school. I studied Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and those guys. When you use the words decentralized, I get really happy because centralized means communist. And when you say centralize the central banks, that's communism. And when Janet Yellen went from the central bank to the treasury, that was super communism because they now control the monetary system. And the reason you guys, all of us now who are into the crypto, we're peeing into the ocean that's controlled by a bunch of communists, Janet Yellen and this guy Powell and the Wall Street. I sit there, I don't want to play their games. I mean, you can, if I had bought Amazon, I'd be rich. I just don't want to play their game. Just like, I don't buy cigarette stocks because my father died of cancer. He smoked every day. So just personally, somebody said, we want to buy some cigarette stocks. I said, no, I don't touch stocks anyway. I don't touch gold ETFs because they're fake. There's nothing there. There's no silver. There's no silver in the silver ETFs. There's going to be this crash so big in that market. And that's what the Reddit crowd proved when they tried to short squeeze, GameStop and silver. But the guys don't understand the game, and that's what you're explaining is when it's decentralized, you're peeing in the ocean controlled by the Fed. I love it.
Yeah. And look, I also think that there's this element of as people start to understand decentralization and centralization, this theme is going to continue over the next decade or so, right? When you look at things like the content of platforms, when you look at things like the media, when you look at things like financial markets, when you look at all sorts of aspects of our life, everything is centralized, right? If you remember, the United States of America was decentralized at one point. There was 50 states, and those 50 states had state governments, and there was competition among the state governments in order to provide the best environment for not only citizens, but also entrepreneurs, investors, etc.
But Anthony, that's what made us a republic, was decentralized.
Of course.
So that's why we need to take a break. But I want you guys to look at the macro. Look at the macro. What are guys like Anthony and all the rest of the Bitcoiners doing? They're anti-communists, centralized. And if you're pro-communist, vote for Biden, Kamala, our future president, and Nancy Pelosi. They're communists. They're totalitarians. They want to tell you what to eat, smoke, drink, and when to wear your mask. They want to control everything about you. So that's why I love Bitcoin. We'll be right back.
This is it. The putt to win the tournament. If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're still relying on spreadsheets and outdated finance software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budget, and more, NetSuite is everything you need to grow, all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time, while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increased their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 27,000 businesses already use NetSuite. And right now, through the end of the year, NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind financing program to those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/C-Suite. Head to netsuite.com/C-Suite for special end-of-year financing on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/C-Suite.
This episode is brought to you by Rad Power Bikes, designed to be a blast to ride and good for the environment. Rad Power Bikes have affordable e-bikes for every kind of rider. Get this year's must-have holiday gift at radpowerbikes.com.
Welcome back. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. Today we're talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Once again, you can listen to the Rich Dad Radio program anytime, anywhere on iTunes, Android, on YouTube. And please leave a review. The reason we do that is because I love this format. You can listen to it again and you get smarter. But most importantly, if you have a friend, family member, or business associate who's an idiot, have them listen to this program and discuss it. Because especially if they're turned off about Bitcoin, I'm not saying buy Bitcoin. We're just saying get educated on it. So, Anthony, what advice would you have for the FNG, the FNU guy or girl coming into the crypto market? What advice do you have? That's Marine Corps talk, You don't want to be the FNG for too long.
I think the big things here are, again, timeless principles, right? One is you got to make sure that you get educated. So you want to make sure that you understand what you're buying.
How do you do that? I mean, there's so much BS out. Like this China thing. I just can't believe it. Well, it crashed because of China. China's been warning against Bitcoin since 2013, 2014, 15, and then they warned against Ethereum in 2016. They will always warn you against Bitcoin. Oh, that's caused it. I mean, how do you get educated?
I think there's two different approaches, right? And you should do both of them at the same time. One is there's some great resources out there. You always should start with the Bitcoin white paper. It's 9 pages. Sit down. It's a little technical, but it'll at least give you an understanding kind of the original, vision for this. The second thing is there's a ton of written resources, videos on YouTube, on podcasts, things like that. But really, it's just find the people who have acquired large audiences in the space. And the reason why they've acquired large audiences, for the most part, are people find their content kind of signal in all of the noise, right? And so I could sit here and I could list 30, 40 different people. But if you just get on like a Twitter and you kind of search around, you'll find those folks. If you go on YouTube, you'll find those folks.
Who do you recommend? Who do you because I listen to you, other people listen to me. Who do you listen to? Who do you think is credible out there?
Yeah, I mean, literally, there's so many people that I can't name them all. But I think, obviously, Michael Saylor has done a great job. He's the CEO of MicroStrategy. Top of mind right now with all the China stuff is Nick Carter, who's got a VC fund and also is one of the co-founders of Coinmetrics. He's done a great job. I think Robert Breedlove, who you've had on before, he does a fantastic job. There's a woman, Meltem Demirs, who does a great job as well. There's a gentleman named Isaiah Jackson, who wrote a book called Bitcoin in Black America, who I think does a great job. And so you can just kind of go down the line, right? Person after person after person. Jason Williams, who wrote a book about Bitcoin. And what you find is, with all these people, they all come at it from different experiences, right? They have all had different kind of life journeys to Bitcoin. And so when you put them together kind of in totality, what you get is an incredible understanding of Bitcoin, right? If you take, there's a guy named Marty Bent who has been writing about Bitcoin for a while now, but now he's involved in capturing flare gas from oil and gas companies and turning it into Bitcoin mining. Or you've got somebody like a Parker Lewis who's really into, kind of the key management for folks over a long period of time. And so I think just there's a whole list.
Why did you switch to Bitcoin? What turned you on? What caught your eye? Because once it catches your eye, you start studying more. But what caught your eye initially?
It's what Marty always says. My buddy Marty, he says, people come for the money, but they stay for the money. And what that means is they come because there's profits, there's volatility, right? There's excitement, and they feel like, well, what are all these people doing? And then once they start to understand it, they say, wait a second, the dollar and other fiat currencies are heavily manipulated. This is not manipulated in the same way, right? It's outside of the system. It's kind of that digital sound money. I'm going to hold this because it's going to protect my wealth. It's going to actually gain purchasing power over time.
And that's why I pick on the baby boomers, because they were the luckiest. They were born at the right time, but the trouble is they're not well educated. And the thing I like about the millennials is you guys are at least aware you're being screwed.
Well, I think what it is we just have the information available to us.
Well, you have an open mind. You have an open mind to it.
But also we've grown up in an age, right? Like I always say, like every baby boomer I know grew up without the internet at first. And so what they were told was the truth, right? My entire generation has grown up with the internet. And so every time somebody told us something, we could go to the supercomputer and say, hey, is this really true? And what you realized was a lot of the news was fake, right? On both sides of every story. And so what you started to do was you started to question all of the mainstream narratives. And what that led you to was this belief that if I truly want to be free, if I truly want to do what is best for me, I have to be an independent thinker.
Right.
I have to go and be intellectually curious. I got to go get my own information and make my own decisions. And that's not easy for people to do if that's not the environment they grew up in.
Right. And that's why I'm not saying buy Bitcoin. I'm saying listen to credible people. And I love what you're saying, but I just can't believe how much information, good and bad, is available on things like YouTube and all this other stuff, which I don't really know much about. I just want to say, I hope you guys like taking care of your parents because they didn't have access to all this. And they're still hoping Social Security and Medicare will be there when they need it because America we're broke. When I came out of the military, we're at about a 30% debt to GDP. So we could, that's like you make $100,000, but you paid $30,000 to the bank. Today, it's 140% debt to GDP. That means you're making $100,000, but you owe $140,000 every month. And America is broke, and the baby boomers are still living in that time when we were 30% debt to GDP. So it's not the same world anymore. They've been lied to, but they're not even aware they're being lied to, and they think the Bitcoin guys are crazy. Or any Ethereum, anything new that shakes our 401k, dreamland, or fantasy land there. So that's why I highly recommend people listen to. Quick question: what does that guy say about blacks and Bitcoin? What's the difference?
Well, I think the whole thing that Isaiah Jackson says is, look, the African-American community has been drastically discriminated against in the traditional financial system. And there's study after study that shows this type of stuff. And so what ends up happening is when you move to a digital decentralized world, what you get is it doesn't matter who you are because nobody knows in some cases. They don't know what school you went to. They don't know how wealthy you are. They don't know who you know. They don't know the color of your skin, your religion, your sex, any of that stuff. What they just know is if you want a loan, give me, $1 million of Bitcoin and I'll give you a $300,000 loan. It's much more of a kind of a collateral based system. It's much more about kind of put up, not or shut up, right? It's not so much about who you know or what your past experiences are. And so I think that that's a really interesting view of the world, right? Is saying, look, we're going to take back control. And it's for everybody around the world saying, we're going to take back control. We're going to put a bank in our pocket. We're going to have the access of all financial services at our fingertips. And we don't need permission from anyone, right? If I want to send any sort of monetary value to Robert, I don't need JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, or anybody else to say I can do that. All I need is for Robert to give me his wallet address and I can do it. And all of a sudden what happens is we're free. We are free of any corporate middleman or any rent seeker, and we have the ability to actually conduct financial services between ourselves without the need for those kind of third parties. And I think that's incredibly powerful as we continue moving forward.
Okay. Another question is this: on the macros, like I say, every time I talk to crypto guys, you guys are just peeing in the ocean and pissing everybody off. But it's a legitimate peeing in the ocean. The other point of view is this: what most people don't understand about financial education, because in '71, I was coming on my way to Vietnam, and that's when I kind of woke up. They were coming off the gold standard, and the average guy had no idea what that meant, and that's the problem. So the thing I know about this is when they say quantitative easing, what you're talking about, Anthony, is this: the only people that get the money are rich people. You see, with quantitative easing, you must go through the banking system. So when I've been broke many times, and when I had no money, the banks close their doors to you. So I understand. I don't think it's black. I think if you're financially illiterate, the banks will close the doors to you. So every time they print money, the money gets trapped in what's called the monetary system.
Don't be like Charlie. Charlie is that do-it-yourselfer who does himself in. Do-it-yourself is good for tile and grout. It is not good for asset protection. Charlie thought he'd save a few dollars forming his LLC online. With no guidance, he did it wrong. When he sold the property, he lost thousands and thousands of dollars. He did himself in by trying to do it himself. Don't burn yourself. Use Corporate Direct to set up and maintain your LLCs and corporations. Corporate Direct is owned and operated by attorney and rich dad advisor Garrett Sutton. Garrett wrote the bestsellers Loopholes of Real Estate and Start Your Own Corporation. He is Robert Kiyosaki's attorney for asset protection. He and his team will do it right. Visit them at corporatedirect.com or call 800-600-1760. Mention Rich Dad and receive $100 off your formation fee. That's corporatedirect.com. corporatedirect.com.
Because study is better with play. Samsung Galaxy Tab S7 FE. Ready to make the most of your school year? The ultra-large screen gets you closer to the action, whether you're studying, streaming, or gaming. Seamless syncing lets you hand off calls, videos, files, and more to other Galaxy devices, like your phone. The included S Pen gives you a super smooth experience. Plus, choose a vivid color that shows off your personal style. Samsung Galaxy Tab S7 FE. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about money. Here's Robert Kiyosaki.
Hello. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. And we have one of our favorite guests. It's also one of my favorite people to talk to because you always know where Harry Dent stands. You don't have to guess. You know, I hate it when people are wishy-washy. And there's one thing about Harry Dent. He's not wishy-washy. You give it his point of view. And that's all I ask, right, Kim?
That's what he does.
And so he made a prediction that the biggest crash was coming in April, and I was, waiting excitedly about it. It didn't come, and now he's calling for June. So we're going to talk about, with Harry, why delay, but really what's really going on. How is this house of cards being propped up? But more importantly, whether it comes June, July, August, or next year, are you prepared for it? I think that is the most important question. Any comments, Kim?
Well, I love talking to Harry because he's got a great sense of humor. He's also a facts guy. He's facts and he's demographics. And I like that a lot because there's so many opinions out there and so much to figure out what's real and what's not real. So I like the facts and I like the demographics. So,
and for people who may not understand demographics, you see the baby boom generation was the biggest generation in history.
Yeah, we will never see a wave like that in the developed world ever again. And it already happened,
Right. And the demographics caused the boom. The question is the baby boom generation going to be the baby bust generation? So welcome to the show, Harry.
Is your latest book Spending Waves or is there a new book?
No. I have so much crap on there. So many people do little books and audio tapes. The latest book was 0 Hour.
0 Hour.
And that was years ago.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I'm not going to publish another book until I'm right. Okay.
I like it.
It's better to do it beforehand, but I've learned better to publish a book right after you're right than when you're still wrong.
So Harry,
that's good advice.
So Harry, you're really known as a demographics guy. So would you mind taking a couple of minutes to explain how demographics and how you predict the future using demographics?
Okay, number one, I am actually a cycle guy, and I only discovered demographics and cycles when I started moving from being a Harvard MBA consulting to Fortune 100 companies in the early 80s to working with entrepreneurial companies, which you guys will understand. And when I started doing that, I realized their customers were not the aging Bob Hope generation. They were the young, emerging, innovative, new technologies, new spending wave baby boomers. I discovered that in the early 80s. And when I started looking at these statistics, I'm like, oh my God, that's when I saw that baby boom wave, like, what? This is the biggest thing to ever hit the world in the developed world. And so I could see that boom coming. And at the same time in 1981, the US government started on an annual basis to do surveys of the spending patterns of everyday people from cradle to grave, 600 categories, including the fact that I quickly discovered the average person spends the most at 46 back then, now 47, moving towards 48. So I can predict how a new generation like the massive baby boomers are going to spend more money into 2007 and then slow down. And guess what? The reason we have nonstop money printing is to offset the decline of the baby boom generation. And this is the worst policies ever in history. And these central bankers are, first of all, going to be destroyed by the internet and blockchain technologies, number one. And number two, by being the dumbest asses in history that think you can offset a downturn printing money out of thin air and think it will go away.
Like I said,
you know where Harry stands.
You don't have to wonder where Harry stands in this whole thing.
I gotta ask. So, because you went there. So, blockchain. How is blockchain going to destroy the central banks? What's happening there?
So the internet back in the late 80s, early 90s emerged as the way to connect us to information around the world. I mean, this is. Okay, so there was personal computers in the late 70s, early 80s, then the internet, now it's blockchain, okay? So what this does, blockchain is the internet of financial assets and money. And I always ask people, do you want more information or money? And of course, everybody would choose money, except for poor people, okay? And you know that. So this is Internet 2.0 in its early stage. And I'm measuring literally, the internet and Amazon and now the blockchain and Bitcoin, 20-year lag, same thing. Early stage, baby boom, when it emerges and people think, oh, it's the next big thing. They overvalue it. Then it crashes. You know how much it crashes? 94%. That's how much Amazon and the internet crashed in the early 2000s. And then you have the real boom. Well, at the peak of this real boom of the internet, we're getting Internet 2.0, blockchain, financial assets. What could be bigger than digitizing all financial assets in the world and making them more efficient and easier to trade and greater access to more people? So this is the next big thing. But in the early stage, like 2000, 2002 crash, we're getting the second tech crash, and it's going to be about the crash of the internet bubble, bigger, but this early stage bubble in Bitcoin as well. So I am thinking, listen to this, you could get Bitcoin 90% off in just a year or two, and then I would buy it. Bitcoin goes back to where it's been recently, and then it will, I think it's going to go to 500,000 to 1 million. And only because it's the gold standard of the new digital global monetary system, which, listen to me on this, most important thing in all of history up until this point, governments can no longer manipulate their government and country monetary system by printing more money or cheating or devaluing their currency or whatever. So this is a big deal, but it's in early stage.
How does blockchain affect the Fed? What is, from your perspective, I just want to know, is what does it mean? If you were them, what would you say?
Okay, it just creates a new peer-to-peer. Okay, internet number one was peer-to-peer communication. Anybody, anywhere in the world could communicate, access any information anywhere. You know what? You know how many research staff I had 10 years ago before the internet, or 23? Now I have half, okay? Half a person does all my research. I'm sure it was my partner, okay? Because the internet made information easier to access, and I no longer had to say, oh, Jeff, could you find out to me the price of gold back in 1974? No, I would find it on the internet and then have him go into it and dig into it and develop all the charts. 3 times more effective, okay? So that's the difference. This is in financial assets. I mean, we are getting wealthy and wealthier over time. That's what you've been preaching forever. Every day people can get wealthy if they're just smart. In this economy, we created a middle class after World War II. Now we're creating an upper class of people, an upper middle class that actually has financial assets. Even the middle class in the 50s couldn't invest a dime. So this is a big deal, that financial assets and investing can be digitized and made more efficient and more available to everybody. So it's the democratization first of incomes and now of wealth. And what's better than wealth? Screw incomes. Wealth is better.
if you were Jay Powell of the Fed, and then you have Janet Yellen, and you have Biden and Kamala.
I know. Us too.
What?
Oh my God. These people are morons, academic douchebags that never had a job or had sex or run a business. Why should they be running our monetary system? This is the biggest insult. And you know why I like blockchain and all this information technologies? It's going to kill these central banks. Central banks are the last vestige of top-down management. It started with countries and big company stuff. It's going down more and more to bottoms-up entrepreneurs, people who create real value and real money and stuff. And these people are going to die. Janet, I look at her picture and I say, she looks like the Tweety Bird. You know, I thought I saw Woody Cat. That's what I see when I see her. Well, how does she become the Treasury Secretary after the Fed chairman? How did this happen? She's never done anything ever in history. An academic researcher. How? This is insanity. Yep. So Jerome, I like Jerome better. At least I think he had a part-time job at one time. You know, never. None of these guys.
So isn't the government going to try and step in on this blockchain and try to put controls in and take it over?
That's the point. It's bottoms up. You cannot squash this. That's what I love about it. I've always been a champion of bottoms up technology. I mean, the information revolution from the beginning on the internet. How can you squash anything when anybody can learn anything? And again, my research from 3 people to a half a person. Okay, so it gets harder and harder to squash. The truth about history is farther you go back, fewer people controlled all the wealth and everybody else was a peasant, okay? Well, it's become more and more, middle class. That was a big step up. Middle class, you still can't. Well, what are you going to do as middle class? Take a vacation to Florida once in your lifetime? It's not that great. This is about making more and more people entrepreneurial, knowledge professionals, access to information, and be able to work with other people in a way that just would have never been imagined. So again, personal computers, internet 1.0, and now blockchain digitizes all of finance and money. Money is worth more than information. Would you agree?
Well, they go hand in hand. Well, one more thing is that when I look at what Biden is doing and all this stuff, I was talking to my accountant last night, and he's looking at the new tax changes coming up. He thinks, or his belief is, they want to shut down small entrepreneurs because they threaten them.
I know, and that's not good policy. I agree with you on that. I've been saying we're in a democratic era because once the economy slowed down after 2007, because remember, we've been living off of free money since. The economy really peaked in real terms in 2007, as my indicator said, 20, 30 years before it happened, okay? They're printing all this money and stuff. So all these efforts, I mean, the Democrats were naturally to come in and help people who were falling behind and stuff. But the truth is, the only way you grow long-term is to encourage entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial investment. I'm known for demographics. You know, my favorite chart is the S curve. Something starts at 0.1%, a visionary, to the 1%, the entrepreneurs that first jump on that and do something with it. And then 10% when it goes mainstream, then it goes 10 to 90. And the same time, it took all that time to prove a niche market. Innovation and technologies and new businesses is the key driver, and demographics, when new generations come along and spend, is number 2. It's still big, but the technology and innovation cycles are even bigger. So the demographics are slowing around the world, but the innovation can still rise here.
And the thing I like about this new generation, millennials and all that, they're tech savvy, but they're also more aware of the Fed than we ever were, our generation. You know, they don't trust the Fed. That's why they're into Bitcoin and things like this.
Exactly. They're inventing Bitcoin to get around this top-down economic manipulation. You're right. They're not smarter because they're smarter. They're smarter because they're new. Anybody that walks into something that's already existing, which I used to do as a consultant all the time. I walk in all these businesses already, growing, existing a long time. And I look, why are you doing this? What the hell? Well, that's the millennials are smarter just because they're coming. And of course they would not want the Federal Reserve and central banks to keep controlling and manipulating the economy and doing all this stuff. And in the end, blocking entrepreneurial innovation. And the other thing, Robert and Kim, it's very simple. Every generation, we evolve. Everything evolves. People are more creative, more intelligent, more educated than ever, even the worst of us, okay? And so we're always going to become less corporate, and some boss has to tell us what to do, into more innovative and entrepreneurial, where we can find what we know the best and create a new business or something different and be rewarded. So that's why I like this bottoms up. Blockchain just makes the economy even more bottoms up than the internet did. So I love this stuff. I can't wait for it to take it.
We have to go to a commercial break. When we come back, I want you to go into why you think this economy is going to crash, which I agree with. I'm just waiting for it. But more importantly, are you prepared for it? So that's what we're going to look for in the second half of this program. I'm glad you endorsed the new millennial class coming up, because they're more savvy, or more aware, should I say, of the corruption and the Fed and the Treasury. So when we come back, we'll be more to Harry Dent of why he predicts this crash is coming, and more importantly, what you can do to prosper from it. We'll be right back.
This is it. The putt to win the tournament. If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're still relying on spreadsheets and outdated finance software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budget, and more, NetSuite is everything you need to grow, all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increased their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 27,000 businesses already use NetSuite. And right now, through the end of the year, NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind financing program to those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/C-Suite. Head to netsuite.com/C-Suite for special end-of-year financing on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/C-Suite.
This episode is brought to you by Rad Power Bikes, designed to be a blast to ride and good for the environment. Rad Power Bikes have affordable e-bikes for every kind of rider. Get this year's must-have holiday gift at radpowerbikes.com.
Welcome back, Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. And today we're talking about what's going to happen with blockchain, Bitcoin, the new millennial generation taking over from the old guys, the baby boomers. And we're talking to Harry Dent, and he's known for the demographic predictions that have come true. And you can listen to the Rich Dad Radio program anytime, anywhere on iTunes, Android, or whatever it is. And all of our programs are archived at richdadradio.com. We archive them because we're only an education company. We make no recommendations what to buy, what to sell, what to invest in. But if you listen to this program again, you'll learn twice as much, because repetition is how we learn. But more importantly, if you have friends, family, and old people who need to hear this message, like baby boomers, get them to listen to go to Rich Dad Radio program and listen to Harry Dent on this podcast, and why the technology of the younger generation and blockchain and Bitcoin and Doge and Ethereum and Ripple and all the other stuff coming on is the future. And it's going to tear down the old. Any comments, Kim?
I love that. And I love the first segment. You may want to listen to it again. I mean, Harry, you talk about entrepreneurs and the small business people, and that's the backbone of the developed countries. So it upsets me that I see that being attacked by this government, and I'm one to stand up and do something about it. I do have a question before we get into and it's part of all related of what's happening with the economy. But we love that Robert wrote a book called Fake, and you talk about the fake earnings, the fake GDP, the fake interest rates, and all this super high valuations. What would you explain that? Why is it all fake?
That is exactly what it is. So people say, price to earnings ratios on stocks are not quite as high as they were in 2000 at the last tech bubble. No, Robert's right. You guys are right about this. It's like ever since the 2008 crash, the stimulus has been so massive that GDP is fake. The earnings off of that for companies is fake. And then you have high stock valuations on top of that. So I have an indicator where I adjust the price earnings ratios for the difference in the actual 10-year growth rates of earnings in the economy. And stocks are way more overvalued than they were at 2000, top of the tech peak, or 2007. So you're right. Fake is a perfect name for it. Since the economy failed for the first time, you got to remember, since 82, the worst economy since 82 and close to 1930-32, governments panicked, and they also had new tools called, we can print as much money. They didn't know this before. They only printed 6% of GDP, the U.S., at the worst of 1932 crash. 6%. We are now, between fiscal and monetary stimulus, in the last year and a half, 55% of GDP, we are creating out of nothing to keep a dead economy. I'm telling you, dead economy going, because the baby boom stopped spending and still are in their lowest stages into 2022-23, and we have the highest debt ratios. Oh, and how do they deal with the debt crisis? Add more financial assets by printing money and putting it into stocks. Stocks are so disconnected from the real economy. If you're sitting in stocks, you should be in terror. They're going to have to crash soon.
So let's get to my favorite subject. Why is it crash? And why didn't it crash? And when's it coming? But more importantly, what can we do? Because I agree 100% with you. This one is going to be the biggest in world history. I mean, we're not the only guys saying this. Records are saying, a lot of guys are saying, this one is going to be the biggest in world history. And it always happens just after the peak, when we're peaking right now.
Yes, we are peaking right now. Now, again, the demographics already peaked in 2007, but they pumped it up into now. I mean, all artificial. So this bubble is worse. And I think it normally would be like the 29 to 32 crash, 80 to 90%. They may just still, even when governments fail, and they are going to fail, they're going to be so embarrassed. But they may keep it from going as low as, I think. I see the Dow as low as 5,000, and at best 12 to 13,000 in a couple of years from now. That's going to wipe out a lot of wealth. Real estate doesn't fall as fast as stock, but real estate fell 34%, as you guys know, in the last downturn. It's going to be 40 to 50% this time.
Harry, and the sad part about it is, I just, the people we hang around with, I better buy a house now because the prices are going up. I'm going, why don't you wait a year?
They're all doing it.
Yeah, people are panicking in. I have to buy one. No. I mean, I'm in Puerto Rico, and I may have to buy one because there's nothing to rent here, but I'm only going to I only have 2 real deals I'm looking at. Otherwise, I wouldn't touch it with the 10-foot pole.
It's too high.
Puerto Rico's nowhere near as overvalued as Miami and New York and San Francisco.
Well, that's why when they measure inflation, it's CPI, Consumer Price Index, but they don't measure Asset Price Index. And so anyway, let's go. Why is it going to crash, Harry? Why is it going to crash?
And when?
When?
Okay, I think there's 2 periods. Right now, between late April and early June, I'm seeing a potential top forming. I tell you, the problem I have now, there is no logic. The stock should have peaked before this, okay?
Right.
That on my cycles, when I take the technology cycles, the most powerful, and the demographic, because the technology cycles are actually more powerful. Stocks should have peaked in late 2019, early 2020, right, just as they did when COVID hit. But when COVID hit, the government, it was such a shock. The government just went off the charts. That's when we got this 55% of GDP stimulus. I mean, if anybody 10 years from now or 20 years from now, when I'm probably likely dead, looks back at this and doesn't say these people what were they smoking? Just to think you could just print money and not deal with what happens if you're a business and your industry slows down. You have to cut costs and refocus and all this stuff. Well, we didn't do that. Oh, no, you just print money and gloss it over and then crawl out of it. You know what this recovery's been since 2009? 1.6% GDP growth a year for 12 years. The worst recovery in all of history. And you think, well, the stock market will be going, ho, hum, ho. No, stock market looks like the best boom in all of history. The stock market is full of crap, okay? Period. And it's going to fall to get down to this reality because the economy not only is overvalued because it's been growing so slow, without the stock market stimulus of at least the rich people feeling more, wealthy and spending more, the average person hasn't spent more or earned more in 20, 30 years.
They've gotten more from the government, but they haven't earned it.
And anything they did, they got from the government, which is also unhealthy. You can't make things work by giving people things for free. The number one lesson I've learned in life, number one above all other things, other than there may be a God somewhere, is you don't get something for nothing, period. If you do get something for nothing, bend over because you're getting ready to get a really painful experience.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Oh, here's what the young kids don't understand. And they're like, we get all this money, or anybody, we get all this money. Oh, this is great. This is great. This is great. What they don't see is there's going to be a big price to pay. They don't see that there's.
Where did it come from?
Yeah.
Well, you could just create prosperity by printing money. Then why didn't we do this 100, 200 years ago? Are we stupid now? No. This is, I am going on record. I've been saying this for years. Before I die or just after, people are going to realize this was the stupidest, most idealistic, ill-informed economic policies in all of history. You thought the Roaring 20s was a bubble and burst. This is going to make that look like nothing because it's all assets globally, and everything's going to burst except the highest quality treasury bonds and financial assets.
What's going to bring it down? What are we looking at? What are the key factors that are going to?
No, it gets so extreme. I mean, the economy keeps every recovery is like limp. Stocks go up because money coming in. Oh, and they push interest rates lower. When interest rates go lower, real estate and stocks go higher just because of artificially low short and long-term interest rates. It's all fake. You guys understand that, right?
We understand that.
Harry, this is where you piss off guys like me because you say gold's going to go to zero, silver's going to go to zero.
No, not zero. Gold is going to hold up better than any other major commodity, but gold...
You said $400 for gold, which is fine.
Gold did go down in 2008 at the worst of the crisis. It will go down again.
So look, for the economy to stay up, they've got to keep interest rates low. They raise interest rates, the bond market crashes. So how in the world can you recommend high-quality treasuries? Is there such a thing?
Oh, there is. Look at 1930 to 33. Go back, Robert. One thing went up. U.S., the highest quality treasury. Look, bonds go down. This is a financial reset. Corporate bonds, any bond with any risk, only the risk-free bonds go up. It's a flight to quality. I will bet you on this today. If we have a downturn, the treasury bonds will go up and stocks and all other bonds will go down.
Harry, how in the world can you recommend treasuries when they're the most corrupt persons run by Janet Yellen and the Fed, and you're still recommending these treasuries at the lowest rates in history?
Okay, here's why. Who's borrowed more money in the last 2 decades? Europe or the United States? Who has higher debt ratios? Who has higher money printing? We are the best house in a bad neighborhood, still the largest country in the world with better demographics than China, Japan, and Europe, our competitors.
But I wouldn't touch...
That's why we go up. We're the best house in a bad neighborhood.
I wouldn't touch a treasury.
If you don't get that,
I wouldn't touch a treasury. But why do you... I just want you to tell me why. Because I don't like treasuries. I don't like stocks either.
Where do you put your money in, Robert?
What's
Where are you going to put your money? In your backyard?
No, I'm in real estate, gold, silver, and Bitcoin.
Cash is good.
Gold, silver.
Cash is great.
But they're printing it. Harry, they're printing it. Why in the world would you save trashy cash? I mean, even Dalio says cash is trash. And I think bonds are the biggest corrupt things that ever happened because it's run by Grandma Yellen. And I'm going, holy mackerel.
Do you think, under the worst circumstances, that if the U.S. government defaulted on anything, it would be their treasury bonds? I don't think so.
I don't trust them. You trust them? I don't know why you would trust them.
Well, then you tell me what to buy, Robert.
I would rather have Bitcoin.
It's not that. You just have to be in cash in another currency. And what better currency than the U.S.? Because I'm telling you, I can guarantee you, and the last crash proved this as well, when the you-know-what hit the fan, U.S. dollar went up 28%, and the euro and the yen and all these Chinese yuan went down. We're the best house in bad neighborhood. I will stand on that prediction. We are not good, but we will hold up better.
And I will stand by Bitcoin all day long before the dollar.
Yes. Now, I agree with you on that. If you want to put your money somewhere, put it in after a crash. Now, Bitcoin needs a crash here, okay? If Bitcoin gets back down to reality at $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $7,000, I agree. I would put it in Bitcoin any day over any currency or any other stock. I agree with that.
So if they're printing so much money and then the dollar becomes worthless over time, why are you saying gold
would? The dollar's been stable for decades now.
But why would you say that gold is going to go down?
In 1971 has gone up. Every gold bug tells me the dollar's going to hell. It's not. It's been the best currency.
So why is gold going to go down?
Because we have a downturn in the economy, downturn in demand of gold, and here's the biggest reason. Everybody's thinking because of this money printing, we're going to have higher inflation. The downtrend will bring deflation. That brings gold down temporarily. You know what? One of the first things I buy in the bottom? Gold. I buy U.S. stocks. I buy Asian stocks more so, not China, everything but China. Just look at 2008. Gold went up into the early stages, people thinking, oh, gold will be the safe haven. It crashed 35% at the worst and then came back and did well. That's the way I look at gold. I'm not a bear on gold. And in fact, we have another 30-year commodity cycle, one of my favorite cycles, my first cycles I discovered in history, coming from 2023 to 2040, which will be great for gold.
Answer me this question. If they raise the price of the bond to 10%, the bond market collapses. Why would you hold on to them? Tell me why.
Which bonds are going to go up to 10%?
If they raise the price to 10% on the interest.
Who's going to raise the price to 10%,
Your
Robert?
buddy Janet,
U.S.
Grandma
government
Yellen.
needs to raise money in a downturn. They're going to lower the price, and deflation is going to lower the price. Nobody's going to see, in a year or two, mark my words of this, nobody's going to see any chance of inflation ever again in the rest of their lifetime, although that will be wrong.
What? So there's no CPI?
That's when bond rates go down, and the high-quality bonds benefit from that. Low-quality bonds get hurt by default risk. The U.S. Treasury is going to be the least default risk in the world.
You're calling for a major, major depression.
I am.
Good.
And look at the Great Depression. U.S. Treasury bonds went up.
I think you're smoking something, Harry. I think you're smoking something.
I researched this. You think I was born yesterday?
I'm gonna stick with my gold, silver.
This. Look back at 1930 to 32 if you want to look at the Greatest Depression. The U.S. Treasury bonds were the safe haven. Gold was not.
Harry, you're like a white guy who speaks with forked tongue. I mean, you hate yelling, but you buy treasuries.
Actual facts. You have not done your research here. Look at 30 to 33 crash, and you'll see what did well. Everything went down except for U.S. Treasury bonds.
And that was history, Harry. That was history. You're living in the past. My friend?
You want to make a bet on that, Robert?
How much?
I'll make a bet
How much?
2 years out whether Treasury bonds will be up or down.
I'll bet you a rental unit in Puerto Rico.
Today and pay you back.
I wouldn't live in Puerto Rico. I don't have to live in Puerto Rico because I don't have to pay taxes because I'm a real estate guy. So I know something different than you.
That's why I live in Puerto Rico.
I don't want to live there.
I'm saying I will take the bet with you today. 2 years from now, Treasury bonds will be higher, not lower. I'll just take that simple bet with you, and you or I admit we're wrong by the end of 2022, if that happens. I'll take that bet with you any day of the week. I'm that convicted.
Harry, I don't have to. I don't have to live in...
I don't have to either, Robert.
I don't have to live in Puerto Rico like you do.
Idiot? I don't have to either. I will take that bet, and you will not take it. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm not have to, Harry.
I don't have to either.
Harry, you did take it. You drank the Kool-Aid. I didn't have to. I
will take that bet, Robert.
I don't have to take your bet. You live in Puerto Rico. I don't live in Puerto Rico. You live with all those guys who are afraid of taxes. We don't have to pay taxes if you're smart. Harry, thank you very much.
We don't either. We're smart because we live in a good place.
I don't have to live in Puerto Rico to do it.
We don't have to cheat. We're legally endorsed by the U.S. to get these tax advantages.
Harry, we're out of time. Good luck on your bonds. Have fun in Puerto Rico. And have a good life. Anyway, we love you, man. Thank you.
Harry.
Thank you. I love it because you always tell us where you're at. So thank you very much. Bye. Have fun in Puerto Rico.
I love it.
Welcome back. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. I want to thank our great friend, Harry Dent. I mean, Harry and I travel the world together, and it's called edutainment because we don't agree. And I think that's what makes it good and educational because we all have a different point of view on it. So anyway, I want to thank you for listening to the Rich Dad Radio Show. You can listen to it anytime, anywhere on iTunes, Android, and YouTube. And please leave a comment whenever you want to. All of our programs are archived at richdadradio.com. We archive them because we're only an educational show. We don't make recommendations. We don't say what to buy or sell or what to invest in. But most important, have your friends, family, and business associates listen to it because that's how you learn. When you review the show, you'll learn a lot more. Discuss it. And just know that in the world of money, there's millions of ways you can get rich. And there's billions of ways you can get poor. So that's why you listen to the Rich Dad Radio Show. And again, really thank you for Harry Dent. It's always entertaining traveling with him. Because we don't agree.
Well, you agree on a lot of things.
I know.
But I love Harry because Harry has another point of view. And it's a point of view that I want to pay attention to. And I'm going to look at 2022 and the Treasury bonds. And I'm going to look at what's happening in June and July. And is this crash happening at that point?
I hope it does happen.
And in reading, too, I mean, one thing you guys do agree on, too, because when you both were calling for crashes, you both said you never anticipated they would be printing so much money to keep it propped up. So had that not happened, this crash would have come a long time ago.
But also, Kim, you and I make more money in a crash.
We do, because we're not in the stock market.
Yeah, that's where even in real estate.
Yeah.
When it crashes, that's when you get rich.
And it depends. This is the other thing. In real estate, when it crashes, it depends on what kind of real estate you have.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're in commercial real estate today, office buildings, you're in trouble. But most people are just thinking about their private residence. When it crashes, their private residence goes down in value, and they think their house is an asset, and it's going to go up in value, and oh my God, I'm worth this much money. But no, you're not, because you're not selling your house. And if you sold it today, where are you going to go? Everything is...
This is the worst thing, is that I won't mention the people's names, but they're jumping in because they think prices are going up.
Yes.
And every time you're jumping in when prices are rising this fast, you're going to get screwed.
Yep.
And I can't say anything because it's our friends of ours. Well, I got 3 kids, I've got to have a house. And, prices keep going up, and they got sucked in.
They're panicked, yeah.
They're sucked in because we're in a bubble. Yep. And when this next crash comes, they've already bought the house, unfortunately. I couldn't talk them out of it. But they're going to be stuck with what's called an alligator. It's going to be worth a lot less than what they owe on it. And it happens all the time, and that's when people like Kim and I come in, and we relieve them of their misery. And that's real investing. So crashes are great times if you can recognize that we're at the top of a market. So for all of you right now who think, who's right, Harry or myself? No, we're both right. It's going to crash. Question, what are you going to do about it, right?
That's exactly right. And what assets are you looking at today that you can prosper in the future from a crash?
Yeah, and I've always said that if Bitcoin goes down to $2, I'm going to load up. Do I give a crap? No.
And if Bitcoin is at, I don't know what it is at today, let's say 50,000 something.
56.
56. Well, if it's going to go to $500,000 to $1 million, I don't really care if I buy it at 50,000 because I think we'll have a nice profit there. So I'm not too concerned about, you can never find a bottom. And if you're waiting for the bottom, you're going to wait forever. And I think that's a silly, if you want the price to go down, but people go, I'm going to buy at the bottom. We never know when the bottom is.
And this is the other part about it is, I say gold, silver, Bitcoin. Well, try buying gold and silver. it's gone. There's nothing in the stores. You know, it's like ammunition. You can't buy ammunition. So I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, these are not ordinary times. And, you know, I mean, Harry's very big on treasuries, which I really don't, because I've never owned them. I don't like them. I don't trust the Fed. I don't trust the Treasury.
Well, you certainly can't control them.
No. So, I mean, it's all manipulated.
Yep.
And so that's why, ladies and gentlemen, Rich Dad is a financial education company. And education doesn't mean you have to agree with us. You know, you don't have to agree with Harry. But you'd better find the way that works for you. So I want to thank you for listening to the Rich Dad radio program. Sarah, final comments.
Just another great show with Harry. I wrote down all of his predictions. Dow to 5,000. Bitcoin's going to be 90% off. Treasury bonds are going to go higher. So we have a lot to do over the next 2 years because he was predicting a lot. But I love having Harry on because although we disagree, it's the other side of the coin. And that's what we're here to do, is present the other side of the coin.
Well, he's in different asset classes. He's not a real estate guy. Right. You know, understand, if you guys can understand that. And Kim and I live in Phoenix, Arizona, because we came for the crash. And we backed up the truck. You know, Kenny McElroy, you know, we just backed up the truck in 2008. We borrowed like $300 million. Something, I forget how much we borrowed anymore. But we used debt as money. And so Harry uses cash. We use debt. So if you can hear the differences in our arguments, you'll be smarter. So Kim and I love debt. Harry likes cash. Why would I like cash when I can use debt to buy real estate? That's the difference, okay? So thank you all for listening to the Rich Dad Radio Show. Thank you to our friend Harry Dent. And you always know where Harry's at because he'll tell you why he's right and you're all idiots. Thank you, Harry Dent. Bye-bye. Thank you.
This podcast is a part of the C-Suite Radio Network. For more top business podcasts, visit c-suiteradio.com.
Don't be like Charlie. Charlie is that do-it-yourselfer who does himself in. Do-it-yourself is good for tile and grout. It is not good for asset protection. Charlie thought he'd save a few dollars forming his LLC online. With no guidance, he did it wrong. When he sold the property, he lost thousands and thousands of dollars. He did himself in by trying to do it himself. Don't burn yourself. Use Corporate Direct to set up and maintain your LLCs and corporations. Corporate Direct is owned and operated by attorney and Rich Dad advisor Garrett Sutton. Garrett wrote the bestsellers Loopholes of Real Estate and Start Your Own Corporation. He is Robert Kiyosaki's attorney for asset protection. He and his team will do it right. Visit them at corporatedirect.com or call 800-600-1760. Mention Rich Dad and receive $100 off your formation fee. That's corporatedirect.com. corporatedirect.com.
Because study is better with play. Samsung Galaxy Tab S7 FE. Ready to make the most of your school year? The ultra-large screen gets you closer to the action, whether you're studying, streaming, or gaming. Seamless syncing lets you hand off calls, videos, files, and more to other Galaxy devices, like your phone. The included S Pen gives you a super smooth experience. Plus, choose a vivid color that shows off your personal style. Samsung Galaxy Tab S7 FE. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about money. Here's Robert Kiyosaki.
Hello. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. And today we have a very important show. You know, the title is actually QE Infinity. There was one, will this printing stop? But really it's a discussion, which is better, gold, silver, or crypto? That's a discussion. And we have a very important guest today. He's John Adams. He's the chief economist for one of my favorite countries in the world, Aussie. And I've been going to Aussie since 1976, where I went there to play rugby, and it's my favorite sport. And needless to say, we lost every game, but we were good sports about it. But anyway, welcome to the program, John.
Thank you, Robert, for having me.
Thank you. So your topic is QE to infinity, and then you say there's no turning back now. And I totally agree with you. But I want to break it down to gold, silver, or what can a person do with crypto. So we have some kind of a solution. And if you can't endorse any of it, that's fine. but I love gold, silver, and crypto because I have an enemy, and we have an enemy in common. It's called the Federal Reserve Bank of America, which keeps printing. And I like what you said about there's no turning back. So before we begin, could you give us a little bit of your background and what you do today?
Sure. So in terms of what I do today, so I am an economic commentator here in Australia. My main YouTube channel is a channel called In the Interest of the People that I co-host with one of my partners, Martin North. I am the chief economist for a company in South Australia called As Good as Gold Australia. So we're South Australia's largest bullion dealership, and I've been with them for about 3 years. So we're helping largely the retail market acquire physical gold, physical silver. And in terms of my background, I've had a very diverse background from working in federal parliament, working as an economic advisor to a federal senator, being a bureaucrat at various levels of government, working for a Big Four accounting firm in terms of management consulting. And I've been a writer for a number of mainstream media organizations in Australia, largely about economics, but covering politics and a whole bunch of other public policy areas as well.
So first of all, what's going on in Aussie? Because, like I said, it is really, I had offices in 5 capital cities. I love Adelaide, I love the hills. But what is happening in the economy there? Because I hear your real estate is in a bubble and stuff like that. So what's the macro of Aussie?
Sure. So in terms of what I've been saying for the last probably 5 years is we have the biggest debt bubble in Australian history. At the same time, we've got the biggest debt bubble in the history of the world. I mean, your timing is actually very interesting, Robert, because I actually just gave my first seminar for 2021 last week. And I updated, some of our clients about my revised view. So 2 years ago in 2019, I said that Australia has 2 debt bubbles, a household debt bubble and a foreign debt bubble. And, obviously we've got that household debt bubble is concentrated in terms of real estate. And anytime I do any interviews with the people from the United States, I like to say to people that in the context of the household sort of debt bubble and the real estate debt bubble that Americans had before the global financial crisis, if you thought that was extreme, you pretty much haven't seen anything. The extreme, if you look at the Australian metrics, we are way more extreme in terms of real estate prices versus sort of income and sort of, like in terms of income, but also household debt relative to income. We are at much more extreme levels than the United States. But my revised position is that we actually have now 3 debt bubbles. And with COVID-19, we've just seen the federal government here in Australia, state governments and territory governments rack up unprecedented amounts of debt to basically save the other 2 bubbles. As we went into with the lockdown in 2020, we had the biggest fiscal and monetary stimulus package in Australian history. And the reason why they were forced to do so is because without that stimulus, we would have seen a record amount of delinquencies and defaults in terms of mortgages. And we would have had a financial crisis similar to what, for example, the United States and Ireland went through in 2007, 2008. So in order to avoid that outcome, kind of like what you said in terms of opening your show, in terms of central banks continuing to print, well, we had the biggest money printing campaign in Australian history, coupled with the biggest rack up of government debt. And when I say government debt, in the Australian context, if you look at from July 2019 all the way through to the projected June 2024, we're talking $975 billion over 5 financial years. And there's no plan to pay back the debt. There's no plan to balance the budget. And basically, we've ruined 2 generations of Australians in order to save the financial system. The Australian economy is in a very dire predicament. And then the other thing I would say is in terms of how you open up the show about previous comments I made on other interviews about we can't turn back. Well, particularly in the Australian context, if we ever sought to normalise policy, what that's going to mean is that we're going to have high interest rate costs. And for a lot of households that are drowning in debt, they can't meet those repayments. And that will obviously then lead to the Harry Dent scenario of a deflationary depression. So the mentality, having worked in federal parliament and having worked in the mainstream media here in Australia, the mentality among the elite is that a deflationary depression is the worst outcome of all, and we must avoid it at all costs. And so that's why they continue to print and spend. And because of that, that's why I came out in 2020 with a forecast of, not only just a forecast, but a statement that we are seeing the beginnings of stagflation here in Australia. And in the beginning of 2021, I said that with the election of Joe Biden and the $1.9 trillion stimulus package passed by Congress and now a $2 trillion stimulus package on infrastructure, I think this stagflation process is going to accelerate as we go throughout 2021 and beyond.
So, like I said, I first went to Aussie in 1976, and you guys had the same problem then. Because Aussies like to spend money, they travel a lot, have a good life.
Yes.
And their personal debt was high. And then the Aussie real estate prices, I mean, it's a great place to live. I bought 2 properties in Aussie, one in King's Cross and one in Rushcutters Bay. And I made a lot of money because the inflation was just going high as a kite. But I don't think they ever stopped borrowing money. And so the reason I want to interview you today is because Aussie might be the canary in the coal mine. I mean, because Aussie's economy and population is smaller, but it's very similar to America. Very, very similar. So you're saying there's a personal debt bubble. There is a real estate debt bubble, the same as the U.S. And now you have a nationwide debt bubble, right?
Yes. I mean, one of the points I'll make, Robert, is that when you look at if you look at the debt profile of American households before the GFC, a lot of poor people got into the real estate bubble when they couldn't actually afford to be in the real estate market. The big difference between America and Australia is the bulk of the household debt is actually with high income people as opposed to low income people. And some Australian commentators have said, well, there's no comparison between Australia and the United States because people who can service the mortgages actually have the bulk of the debt. Now, the problem with that argument is that our debt profile is very similar to what happened in Ireland. So middle income to high income people in Ireland before the global financial crisis had the bulk of the debt. And then when the GFC crashed, or when the GFC occurred, the Irish economy basically went through the floor. So while we have a different debt distribution compared to America, whether it's America, Ireland, or Australia, we are in a situation that we can never return to. And the other thing I will say is that because you talked about the 1970s, so we did have obviously stagflation both in America and Australia in the 1970s. But if you look at personal debt levels, so the last time we had a household debt bubble in Australia was actually in the 1880s, and we had a depression in 1892, which was actually worse for Australia compared to the Great Depression. And now debt levels for households in 2021 are substantially higher than where we were in the 1880s on a proportional basis.
One more question, because another one of my really favorite countries is Kiwiland, New Zealand, and the Great All Blacks. How does New Zealand's economy compare to Ireland and to Aussie?
Yes. So, yes, that they probably do have a very similar situation where they do have elevated levels of household debt and they do have high house prices. But I would say that their situation is nowhere near as extreme as where we are here in Australia. So, yes, so do they have a problem? Sure. But is it as bad as where we are here down under? Probably not.
And a lot of Americans are running to New Zealand to hide. Have you heard that?
Yes. I mean, over the last few years, I've heard a range of stories of Americans losing confidence in the American government, in the American legal system, in the American economy, and a whole bunch of Americans want to escape. So New Zealand is definitely one of those locations where a lot of Americans have fled to. But the other interesting thing I should say, Robert, is that I've also heard a lot of Americans going down to South America, particularly in Chile. And no doubt, if you go down to the southern parts of Chile, you'll find a few expat communities being, they're developing and they're growing. And yeah, so that could be potentially another area where Americans may find refuge.
I'm not kidding you. I love Aussie. I just really, really do. Would you suggest Americans run there?
Well, I mean, the thing is, look, so probably what I would say is that there are some advantages, I think, living in Australia compared to the United States, but also I think there are some disadvantages as well. So yeah, so I would say that the cost of living situation here in Australia is perhaps more pronounced than what it is in America. But on the other hand, while I think we have some corruption issues here in Australia, I don't think they're anywhere as close as to what the Americans have.
Yeah, for those who may not know, Australia really is like the promised land to me. It's, you have great medical, everything is great as long as you don't make your money there, because your government wants to take it all the time.
Yeah, that's probably another thing I would point out. Our tax rates are much higher than where the taxes are in terms of the United States as well.
Okay, so you're an economist for Good as Gold Australia. What does Good as Gold Australia do?
Yes, as Good as Gold Australia. So we've basically been in business since about 2012. We're a retail dealership. So we basically we provide to the market gold, silver, platinum, and a whole host of retail denominations. We do storage, we do insurance. Yeah, so I mean, particularly as we continue to see money printing, central banks around the world get out of control. I mean, the owners of the business thought that it was time to help more Australians, and we have a growing international client base as well, help more people escape the fiat currency system and get into gold and silver. Obviously, I've listened to you on multiple interviews, Robert, and I know that this journey for you started, but like, correct me if I'm wrong, was it when you went to Vietnam or before Vietnam that you started buying silver?
I started buying silver in '64 when I was 17 because of Gresham's Law. Gresham's Law says when bad money enters the system, good money goes into hiding. So when I was 17 in 1964, they started debasing our dimes and quarters and half dollars. So there was a copper tinge around it.
Yes.
And I didn't know anything, but Gresham's Law does apply because immediately I didn't trust my dimes, quarters, and half dollars. And I started going to the bank and turning in dollars, paper dollars, and getting rolls of dimes, quarters, and half dollars. And I'd pull out the real silver. And I'd put the copper silver back in there. And then I go back to the bank and kept trading. The trouble was then I went to school in New York at 17, 18, and my mother spent my money. So it kind of made my point that poor people don't know good money from bad money. That's the biggest problem. My mom and dad had no idea why I was running back and forth to the bank as this kid, high school kid, turning in fake paper money, getting rolls of dimes, quarters, and half dollars, and pulling out the real silver and trading in. And my mother says, well, I spent it while you're in school. I'm going, and I think we're talking about why there's so many poor people is they don't know good money from fake money. And I'm going to have one more question to you that I'm excited about. Here in America, you have the Perth Mint. And we've heard that there's a shortage of silver in Perth. I don't know if that's true or not. But when we come back, that's what I want to talk to you about, because the real subject here, it really is QE infinity. I don't think the banks can turn back. They have to keep printing.
Exactly.
And the question is, what are you going to do? Gold, silver, or crypto, or Bitcoin, or Ethereum? So that's kind of my discussion today, because we've got to know good money from fake money. We'll be right back.
This is it. The putt to win the tournament. If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're still relying on spreadsheets and outdated finance software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budget, and more, NetSuite is everything you need to grow, all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increased their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 27,000 businesses already use NetSuite. And right now, through the end of the year, NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind financing program to those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/C-Suite. Head to netsuite.com/C-Suite for special end-of-year financing on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/C-Suite.
This episode is brought to you by Rad Power Bikes, designed to be a blast to ride and good for the environment. Rad Power Bikes have affordable e-bikes for every kind of rider. Get this year's must-have holiday gift at radpowerbikes.com.
Welcome back, Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. And today our guest is John Adams. He's an economist for Good as Gold Australia, my favorite countries in the world. And if I was going to run, I'd run to Australia because it is heaven. It is a fantastic place to live, except you don't want to make your money there. And we're going to be discussing, his topic is QE infinity. In other words, can they stop printing? I don't think so. And that next question goes, where do you go then? Gold, silver, or crypto, Bitcoin, or Ethereum, or whatever they got today. But before we go on, we have my dear friend Harry Dent, who I toured Australia with several times. John, what is Harry predicting now?
Well, yes. So probably since the GFC, Harry Dent has been predicting a deflationary depression. And when you think of what that actually means is, so if you think in the classical Austrian school, so Ludwig von Mises about what is inflation? Inflation is the expansion of the money supply. So to have deflation, what that means is the money supply must shrink. And the only way in the current context of that's going to happen is that the debt is going to shrink. And how are you going to shrink the debt? You have to have a series of defaults. Now, every time we've had a point of crisis since 2008, the central banks and the national governments around the world continue to print and spend to stop the debt bubble from imploding. And so far, that has been successful. So whether you think about the sovereign debt crisis of 2012, or, for example, the repo crisis in New York in 2019, or COVID-19 2020, or even if you look at the end of February 2021 in terms of how the bond market, particularly in the United States, but it started to spread to Australia, Japan, and Germany. Every time there's some sort of systemic risk coming to the fore, they try to print and spend and provide liquidity so that you don't have that sort of situation from occurring. So when it comes to Harry...
What's Harry's latest prediction now?
Well, I mean, so about 3 months ago, Harry gave an interview on Stanbury Research and said that he's expecting the stock market to collapse by 40-50% by April. Well, here we are in the last week of April, and so far that hasn't happened. And I think your assistant in the break said that his new forecast was going to be June, July. The stock market's going to collapse. Now,
you could be right.
Well, yes. So what I would say is that in the absence of the money printing, Harry would be 100% correct. So I've never sort of said that a deflationary depression is off the table. But where I think Harry has got it wrong is, I mean, I did an interview with him here in Sydney in 2018, and I asked him, well, why can't the central banks continue to print to infinity? And he basically said that there will be voices in the market, there'll be political opposition to the central banks, and that opposition is going to stop hyperinflation, like the QE to infinity type scenario that we have now. And that opposition is going to prevent them from saving the bubble, and that's how the bubble collapses. Well, so far, 3 years beyond when I interviewed Harry here in Sydney, no one has stopped the central banks. So, and the other thing I'll say, Robert, is that now we're seeing the central banks starting to take over governments. So you've got Janet Yellen, now the Treasury Secretary, you've got Mario Draghi, now the Prime Minister of Italy, and you've got a whole bunch of other sort of characters.
Mark Carey was head of England, Bank of England.
Indeed. So yes, so you're starting to see central bank officials now move into the executive branches of governments, and they're trying to solidify their political power. So whereas Harry is saying that there's going to be political limitations to the central banks, so far that hasn't happened, and so that's why I think we're going to see more of an inflationary situation moving forward compared to in terms of deflation. And I know we're about to get into this conversation about gold, silver, and crypto, but what I would say to your audience is portfolio allocation changes so dramatically compared to if you believe deflation's coming, your portfolio allocation would be dramatically different compared to if you believe that we're going to have some sort of inflationary outcome. And before investors start to think about, well, what do I put? How do I allocate my capital? You really have to get the macro picture right. And obviously I've been studying economics for more than 20 years, but I know a lot of people who do believe in the inflationary scenario, and there are some who believe in the inflationary scenario. So I think that investors need to really get their head around, well, what have the central banks and the governments been doing since 2008, and do we see any prospect of any changes moving forward?
So let me give you a chance to promote Good as Gold Australia. You say you sell to people outside. Why would an American, the real reason I would go to Australia is behind your head. It's Sydney Harbor. That is the most beautiful place. If there's going to be a crash, I'm going to go there and buy in real estate because that place is so gorgeous. Why would an American buy gold from Good as Gold Australia?
Well, the thing is, the United States has a history of gold nationalization. So some people call it confiscation, what FDR did in 1933-34. And obviously when you look at the LBJ, you had a problem in terms of the demonetization of silver. So the American government has a history of, doing adverse things to American citizens, whether it's taking people's gold away, nationalization, making the ownership of gold illegal, or doing things with silver. We haven't had that sort of history here in Australia. So I do think that when you look at the context of property rights and your ability to protect your wealth from a legal point of view, I think there's less legal and political risk in Australia compared to the United States.
So for those of you looking at John Adams, behind his head is a picture of Sydney Harbor, and that leads out to the Opera House. And, you know, if there's a crash, I'm coming. Because in real estate.
So we would love to have you, Robert, but obviously one of the big impediments perhaps for you coming is this whole notion of COVID-19 vaccines and whether they're going to implement some sort of vaccine passport. So, I'm not sure your views on that, but a lot of Australians and a lot of people around the world are very nervous about this whole situation.
Yeah, it's fascism to me. But anyway, tell me I don't know if the Perth Mint is your competitor or what, but what is the rumor about them not having enough silver?
Sure. So now one thing I will say is that we are actually an approved distributor for the Perth Mint. So we have a number of sources where we obtain product, gold and silver, and the Perth Mint, that is one of them. So in the context of the Perth Mint, I mean, I've been on a bit of a campaign starting last year, largely about what I call synthetic gold and silver. And these sort of products are things like unallocated, pool allocated accounts, and I probably could spend the next hour with you telling you about what's happened with the Perth Mint. But we started to hear a range of stories late February, early March, of people not being able to buy silver at the retail level in Perth from the Perth Mint. We also heard stories of wholesalers not being able to buy large amounts of silver from the Perth Mint, even though they said on record that they have 60 tons available for sale. We, as Good as Gold Australia, we got told that starting at the 1st of March, we cannot place any order on the Perth Mint or for any sort of order because they were running short of silver. But also we started to hear a range of stories around customers who had unallocated or pool allocated accounts, particularly in silver, standing for delivery, and there was a commitment by the Perth Mint, according to their website, to deliver in 10 days, and they just could not deliver in 10 days. And on the one hand, they said that they had the silver, but they had a manufacturing and fabrication problem. But I've had numerous people who have said, well, I don't want small products. If you've got 1,000-ounce bars, I'll take those 1,000-ounce bars. And sometimes people have been able to get them. In a lot of cases, they have not. And it's been an ongoing saga going forward. And one thing I should say, Robert, is that so Craig Hemke from the TF Minutes report, and in terms of Sprott Money, he wrote an article on the 2nd of February saying that this silver squeeze movement was not going to manifest itself into a crisis in New York or London, but it was going to result in a crisis either in Perth, Zurich, or Montreal with these unallocated accounts. And 6 weeks after he wrote that, Perth blew up. So there are some very smart cookies in the silver market who have a very good feel as to what's happening in the physical market, where the shortages are, where some of these synthetic fractional reserve programs are running. And Craig Hemke was the first in the market around the world to call it, and he was dead right.
So that's what confuses me. What is an unaccounted or countable account? What is that?
Yeah. So in the American context, if you buy silver or gold and you have it so you buy the physical and someone holds it for you. I mean, in the American context, that's called allocated and segregated, whereas here in Australia, it's called allocated. Now, in the context of the Perth Mint, unallocated is, so technically you don't own any silver, but you own a promissory note. But what you have, but in buying a promissory note, you buy an interest in the working capital of the Perth Mint. So obviously the Perth Mint has a X tons of silver that is on hand as part of their manufacturing process, and they basically say that you buy a share of that unallocated pool. And so in that context, if the price of the silver was to move, well, you can obviously enjoy that price exposure by getting a cash redemption at the prevailing market price. Or the other hand is if you want to convert from unallocated to allocated, well, you pay a fabrication fee, and then they'll take that raw silver and then convert that into a bar that you legally will own. So that's what they call unallocated.
So it's not really a futures contract. It's really you have an IOU to take delivery.
Exactly.
But
exactly,
you don't know if it's there. So this is I'm glad I'm talking to you, because as good as gold as Australia, as an insider,
Yes.
You know, like I love silver. You know, people see me on Fox television in America all the time saying, I love silver. And so the question I have for you, for the average punter out there, which is a better buy today, gold, silver, or crypto?
Well, in terms of my portfolio, so I don't own any crypto.
Why is that? Why is that?
Well, probably three key reasons. The first is that we have a 5,000-year history with gold and silver, and cryptos have only been around for 10 years, or about 10 to 12 years. So we don't know if we had a really systemic financial crisis. Well, what's going to happen to cryptocurrencies? We don't really know. So I think that there's a lot of risk, a lot of market risk that a lot of people in the sector don't really understand because we've never gone through that situation before. That's point one. Point two is that the number one reason why people are buying cryptocurrencies is because it's going up. But you know, one thing I like to do when I allocate capital is I like to get a very deep technical understanding of what I'm actually doing. And for example, Robert, if you gave me the code for Bitcoin versus Ethereum versus Litecoin, etc. I mean, now I'm an economist, but I'm not a cryptologist. So I can't tell you at a technical level, what do these codes actually do and what are the differences and what are the risks and what are the opportunities. And I would say 99.9% of crypto investors are not cryptologists, and they do not understand these underlying computer codes, what they actually do. And the only reason why they're buying them is because the price is going up.
Yeah.
And if you don't actually understand at a technical level what these codes do, we don't actually understand the risk of the asset.
Right.
So that's point two. Now, point three is, so the funny thing is, I did a seminar in Adelaide last week with the School of Scott Australia, and in the Q&A, I actually had a question about crypto. And I actually asked the audience, and there was about 140 people in the audience, and I said, well, how many people here tonight actually own cryptocurrencies? And about half the audience put their hand up. And I said, wow, how many of you actually understand that in 1996, the National Security Agency in the United States wrote a white paper for MIT about cryptocurrencies? And only one person put his hand up. And so the real question I have is, well, who was Satoshi Nakamoto? I mean, because I dare say it could well be the American government is behind the whole cryptocurrency phenomena. Now, I've got some different theories as to why that is, but you know, a lot of people, again, haven't looked into the history of cryptocurrencies. They don't know that the NSA wrote a white paper about this. And again, I think there's much more to the crypto story than what the average American or the average Australian investor are fully aware of.
I agree 100%. But I'm a trader in crypto. I'm not an investor.
Aha, I gotcha.
So if you know what I mean. So when it dropped to 7,000 a coin, I got back in. So still, I'm in the money quite a bit right now, and I know it can go to zero also. So I'm well aware of that. Whereas gold and silver are God's money. So I have lots of gold and silver. I have one quick question. Aussie, your economy is really dependent upon Chinese because you're a resource company. You're exporting to China. How many Chinese are moving into Aussie, and how is your relationship with China? Right, Aussie's relationship.
So well, I mean, probably in the last 12 months we've had limited travel right. between Australia in terms of China, but yeah, we've had a lot of people from China. We have a lot of people from Southeast Asia, China, and India come to Australia every year because they come to get a university education here in Australia. And that process has been happening for the last 20 years. And a lot of students, when they graduate, they decide to stay here in Australia as opposed to go back to China or India or wherever the case may be. So we do have a significant Asian population here in Australia. And, you know, and like here in Australia, everything's going well, I think, from a social relation point of view. Now, when it comes to diplomatic relations, there definitely has been increased tensions between Australia and China over the last 12 months. A lot of this is driven by our relationship in terms of America. So I think, you know, we're seeing the strategic battlefield sort of change quite dramatically as China continues to rise. A lot of tension in Southeast Asia about the South China Sea. I mean, our national position is that we support the freedom of navigation through the South China Sea, and we oppose any restrictions on the freedom of movement, whether by China or any other country. But we have been more critical of various elements of the Chinese regime, and that has resulted in worsening political relationships. And we have seen some sanctions by China on Australia in particular commodities. Like I think there's been some issues with coal, there's been some issues with wine, and a couple of other sort of areas as well. But our main export to China, which is iron ore, that continues because they need that iron ore. And but obviously we hope. Look in terms of, I think a lot of Australians, including myself, we hope for peace and we hope for good relations with both America and China, and we hope that any strategic disputes can be resolved peacefully.
Yeah, but you got to watch out for those Kiwis. They're sneaky.
Yeah. Well, look, to be honest, I'm not particularly afraid of New Zealand. I mean,
You better be afraid of the All Blacks.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we can talk about sport, but look, if they ever got out of line, we could send down our military and take over New Zealand within a few hours.
Hey, John, thank you very much for information. And then how can people get in touch with you at Good as Gold if they want to talk? We don't endorse anything, by the way. I'm just happy to talk to John because he knows so much about it. This very important part of the corner of the world near China and New Zealand.
Yes. So, I mean, in terms of myself, I'm on Twitter. So, people can find me at Adams Economics. So I actually have my own personal website, adamseconomics.com. So, people can look up As Good as Gold Australia. We have a website. We have a YouTube channel. And thing is, feel free to reach out to me personally or reach out to the company. And if you're looking for gold, silver, platinum, and we're definitely happy to help.
Yeah, John, thank you very much. You live in God's country, except for your taxes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Take care. And we come back, we'll be finishing up with a final word on gold, silver, or crypto and what's happening with China and New Zealand. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. And today we're talking about its QE infinity, why they have to keep printing. But the bigger question is it gold, silver, or crypto? And I don't think we answer anybody's questions, but either you're in favor or not in favor. And FYI, we don't endorse anything. Although I own all three, including Ethereum, I don't endorse it. But can listen to the Rich Dad Radio program anytime, anywhere on iTunes, Android, or YouTube. And then all of our programs are archived at richdadradio.com. And we archive it for one reason, so you can listen to it again. But if you have friends, family members, or business associates, please listen to this program and discuss. So I want to thank John Adams, Good as Gold Australia. And I tell you what, if you guys can, sitting behind his head was a picture just in front of the Sydney Opera House. And if the real estate market crashes, I'm going there. It is one of the most beautiful spots on earth. It really is. The whole country is spectacular. They have such a great lifestyle, but they're highly socialist. They make California look like a conservative state. And I just love it. My favorite sport is rugby. And the All Blacks and the Wallabies are formidable. I mean, they just produce the best rugby teams in the world. So that's why I just love that country. I love the people. And, I have bought property there. I wish I hadn't sold it. But it is such a great lifestyle, great people, a lot of fun. They're right in the middle of Asia. They got Singapore on one side. And Myanmar right now is blowing up. They have Vietnam, they have China, they have Hong Kong, and they have Taiwan and Japan. So it is such a crossroads for us, let's say English speaking. So if you have a chance, if you haven't been to Australia before, please go there and take in New Zealand too. They're great, great countries. So anyway, with that said, Sarah, what did you think?
Oh, he was a wealth of information. But you opened the show with, we're not sure if we answered the question. And John kind of made that point because we were talking about Harry Dent, and Harry's been deflationary, and he's, some people are calling for inflation, hyperinflation. So he said that your portfolio allocation will depend on what you believe in. Right. And that's where, so I think we did kind of answer the question. If you believe what Harry Dent believes in, you'll do, hold a little bit more of this versus, so I thought it was a cool show. We touched on a ton of topics.
Yeah.
And so this will definitely be one that we want people to listen over and over again. And one question that I'd like to pose to our listeners is, if you caught the very end, John was talking about how the NSA wrote white paper on cryptocurrency back in 1996. So if you would like us to bring John back on to discuss that, because I don't think he's talked about it based on his tone.
I never heard about it before.
And he was very cryptic about it, about crypto. If you were interested in us maybe talking about that topic, let us know in the comment section, because that is something I'm interested in. That I definitely perked up. So But a great interview, and looking forward to Harry's rebuttal when we interview him next week. So
Harry's another good friend, but he's, you look up pessimist in the dictionary, it's his picture in there. And I agree with him. It's just he's always making these dates that don't happen. And so that's why with the Rich Dad Radio program, we don't make any recommendations, and we do our best to be as educational as possible. So I want to thank everybody listening to the Rich Dad Radio program, and we have never been here before. America is now the biggest debtor nation in the world. So that's why I've been buying gold, silver, and now crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum, because I simply do not trust the central bank or the U.S. Treasury and things like that. So anyway, it's an exciting time. And if you ever have a chance to go to Aussie, it's a great place to visit. Thank you very much.
This podcast is a part of the C-Suite Radio Network. For more top business podcasts, visit c-suiteradio.com.
Don't be like Charlie. Charlie is that do-it-yourselfer who does himself in. Do-it-yourself is good for tile and grout. It is not good for asset protection. Charlie thought he'd save a few dollars forming his LLC online. With no guidance, he did it wrong. When he sold the property, he lost thousands and thousands of dollars. He did himself in by trying to do it himself. Don't burn yourself. Use Corporate Direct to set up and maintain your LLCs and corporations. Corporate Direct is owned and operated by attorney and Rich Dad advisor Garrett Sutton. Garrett wrote the bestsellers Loopholes of Real Estate and Start Your Own Corporation. He is Robert Kiyosaki's attorney for asset protection. He and his team will do it right. Visit them at corporatedirect.com or call 800-600-1760. Mention Rich Dad and receive $100 off your formation fee. That's corporatedirect.com. corporatedirect.com.
This is the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about money. Here's Robert Kiyosaki.
Hello. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show. And this is kind of a bonus program today. And the reason it's a bonus is just going to be me. You don't have anybody else to listen to or talk to. And I'm just going to share with you kind of my concerns today. And again, we're a financial education show. And a lot of times we have people either talking about real estate or talking about crypto or they're talking about stocks or trading. And I'm going to give you a little bit more of a macro view, a bigger picture on it. And I'll tell you why. So this is kind of a bonus Rich Dad show, and to thank you for being a loyal subscriber and listener to the Rich Dad program, because all we are is financial education. We sell things like cash flow games and books and tapes, but we really want you to be educated. So I'm going to tell you why this little bonus program comes in. The other day I was at the gym, and this gentleman comes up to me, and he was really proud, He says, I've been a bus driver for the city of Phoenix for 40-something years, and I'm going to retire. And I said, I don't know anything about government employees. And I said, is the government giving you a retirement? So years ago, when I was a kid, before 1974, there was a thing called a defined benefit pension plan. Defined benefit meant they guaranteed you X amount. So my poor dad, if he retired, he lost his pension too, which is this book here, Who Stole My Pension, which just came out just recently. This book just came out, Who Stole My Pension, because it's going to be one of the biggest problems the world faces, is our pensions have been stolen. And the reason it's in trouble is because when we had defined benefit pension plans, if the government promised my dad $1,000 a month, they had to give him the $1,000 a month. And then something happened in 1974. It was called ERISA. And ERISA stands for Employee Retirement Income Security Act. And the government says income security, they're lying to you. And today it's called the 401k, the IRA, the Roth IRA, a SEP, KIOs, and all this stuff. And when it shifted from defined benefit, which is a guaranteed set amount, even like Ford Motor had defined benefit plans. So if I worked for Ford for, let's say, 30 years, I got a guaranteed payment every month. Then in 74, it shifted to defined contribution. Those are massively different plans, but of course they don't tell you that in school. So when this gentleman said, I've been driving the bus for 40-something years, he's about my age, and I'm going to retire, I said, oh, do you have a government pension, defined benefit? He says, no, I have a 401k. I don't know if you listen to the Rich Dad program, but we dump all over that 401k because, in my opinion, it's not that it's bad, it's horrible. That's the problem with it, because if the stock market crashes, this bus driver who's about my age gets toasted. He gets wiped out because it's a defined contribution, not a defined benefit. And that's a very, very big difference. He says, don't worry. He says, I know what you're saying, you know. I know the stock market is way up there, so I shifted into safety. I said, ¿Qué pasa? What did you do? He says, I shifted into bonds. I went, oh, you know, because he drank the Kool-Aid that U.S. Treasuries or bonds are safe. And when I was a kid, that was true, but not anymore because of the change from defined benefit to defined contribution, which took place in 1974. So we have we have a new apprentice at the Rich Dad Company. His name is Spencer, and he's just turned 20. And, you know, like Rich Dad Company was formed before he was born. So he's really young, in other words, and he's at Arizona State University learning business and all this stuff. So when we hired him as my apprentice, the first thing his mother said to him was, be sure you get a 401k. Now, after I got finished vomiting, you know, I said, I better say something, because I don't really talk. I talk about it in books and things like this, but never really address my concerns on that. So without financial education, the average employee or, you know, a doctor or a lawyer who has a IRA or a SEP or a Roth IRA or a KEO, they don't know anything about investing. You know, all they're doing is sipping on the Kool-Aid. So I want to show you why that bus driver, you know, great guy, 40 years on the bus, he says, oh, you know, I moved to safety. So what happens here is the relationship, as you can see this chart here, you have bonds like U.S. Treasuries, and then you have stocks, something that's called equities. So what happened was when Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard in 71, remember 71 was Nixon taking the dollar off the gold standard. 72, Nixon went to China, which opened the door for Walmart shoppers and Amazon. And then all these things started to happen. So the U.S. economy started to sink because the Chinese were producing better products at better prices. And then a guy like Clinton opened the Chinese door to the WTO, the World Trade Organization. So when people wonder why I'm the most boring person on earth, that's what I think about. You know, I go to parties and I sit there eating potato chips and drinking beer because I don't know what else to talk to people about. So I'm going to talk to you. So what happened when I was in my 20s, because the economy was stalling, they had to start dropping bond yields. So my numbers are probably off because I don't really like bonds. But let's say back when I was getting just into the workforce, you could get 16% on a bond. So if you put $1 million or 100,000, whatever it was, you got 16% on your money. But as the economy slowed, they kept dropping the bond prices. They wanted to drop debt, make it cheaper. Then what happened is that the stock prices higher. So that's macro. That's the relationship between bond prices coming down and stock prices going up. So after 2008, what they call the GFC, the Great Financial Reset or whatever they call it, they had to keep dropping bond prices lower and lower and lower, and it got near zero. So they call it zero bound. So in some countries in Europe, you know, if you have $1 million, you put it in a bank, they charge you money there's no interest in it. So that's why Rich Dad, Poor Dad came out in 1997. I said, savers are losers. The reason I said that was interest rates on your savings was going down. And they're printing more and more money on the macro level. And what happened is then these companies like the Fortune 500, they were borrowing cheap money to prop up their stocks. So they were buying back their stocks, which sent the stock price higher. So today, this is April 2021. The stock market is at an all-time high. Bond prices are about, I think the 10 years about 1.5%, so it came up just a little bit. This affects the whole economy.
mark on it. Shit, I don't know if I'm scared or turned on. Just right. Beautiful. Looking damn fine. Ooh, sweet. Gonna turn some heads. Work of art. Look at that. Let's see them waste their bullets on you now. That's you set. Gotta put your mark on it.
am I doing for you? There you go. She's gonna turn some heads. Engine's in. Now that's an engine. That's what you was looking for. Tight. That's tight. All dressed up. If I gotta install another board, do it. Look at that.
On the clock. What you want? Some wheels? It's on the way. to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride? It's coming at you.